All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your patience. We're going to get started now. So on behalf of Law for the Environment, Animals, and Food at Case Western Reserve, I want to thank you all for being here, and I also want to thank all of our panelists for joining us for today's panel, Labor and Environmental Law, Building a Just Transition for Workers. We're here to explore a critical question at the intersection of two powerful movements. How can our legal frameworks both protect the environment and ensure fairness for the workers most affected by the transition to a sustainable economy? Climate change, automation, and shifting energy policies are reshaping the workplace, and lawyers have a unique role in ensuring that this transformation uplifts rather than displaces communities. Our panelists bring expertise spanning labor law, environmental advocacy, and policy reform, and they'll help us think about how these issues connect in practice as well as in principle. Our first panelist is Molly Jo Stanley, the Southeast Ohio Regional Director for the Ohio Environmental Council and a representative of OEC Workers United for today. Molly Jo works to reverse the systemic poverty and heal communities impacted by extractive industries while advancing ecological restoration and regenerative economies in Appalachian, Ohio. With nearly 2 decades of experience as an educator, land steward, and advocate, they co-founded Rising Appalachia and continue to weave together ecology, culture, and community resilience to create thriving, sustainable futures. Our next panelist is State Representative Tristan Raiders of Ohio's 13th District in Lakewood, where he also serves as ranking member of the House Energy Committee and as a member of the Natural Resources and Labor and Commerce Committee. Representative Rader has long worked at the intersection of labor, sustainability, and public policy, from organizing with SEIU to directing programs at Solar United Neighbors that expanded affordable solar access across Ohio. As a former Lakewood City Council member, he led the city's transition to 100% renewable energy, and today he continues to champion equitable, community-driven solutions through both his legislative role and his clean energy consultancy, Rockport Republic. Our final panelist is Addison Caruso, staff attorney with Fair Shake Environmental Legal Services, where he represents individuals and nonprofits in litigation advancing environmental justice and community empowerment. Previously, Addison worked at Advocates for Basic Legal Equality, focusing on housing justice, and as a clinic fellow at Case Western Reserve University School of Law, where he guided students in community-based environmental advocacy. A graduate of Duke Law School with experience at the EPA and the Ohio Environmental Council, Addison brings both deep legal expertise and a commitment to building coalitions that link environmental protection with social equity. And so with that, we're going to get started, and our first section is how legal frameworks can support workers in the renewable energy transition. So I'll start with Addison. Where do you see gaps in current federal or state legal frameworks when it comes to protecting workers during energy transitions?
Is that microphone on? Oh, yeah, okay. So I think, there are some gaps. I think some of the big gaps, and I think we've seen some of these things with things like NAFTA and other kind of free trade agreements that you see, is that, how do you kind of support workers in industries that, oil and gas industries and other workers, and make sure that they aren't left behind by a just transition too. You want to make sure that, everyone's kind of brought up in this green revolution. And I think some of the stuff with the Inflation Reduction Act and Bipartisan Infrastructure Act did work to try to provide training and resources for workers who, might be worried that their jobs might be left behind. But, those are very real concerns that I think we need to, consider, especially when I'm bringing a broad-based environmental movement and really have a sustainable environmental movement that really moves towards a green future. So I think that's something that, policymakers can look at, just making sure that everyone feels that they can join in the environmental movement and will be better off for it going forward.
Thank you. Representative Rader, for you, what policies has Ohio considered or passed to ensure that the renewable energy transition includes strong labor standards and job protections?
What have we passed?
Or what are you trying to pass?
Yeah, so I think it's no secret that Ohio isn't really super friendly towards particularly renewable energy, let alone the labor movement broadly. However, I think we've made some incremental steps with this recent passage of House Bill 15, maybe we'll get into a little bit later, but just the fact that we're streamlining some of the permitting processes, allowing some projects to move forward that had been stymied in the past. Anything that we can do to sort of clear that path towards getting more renewable energy on the grid is good. Even though we know we have some big challenges with Senate Bill 52 from a couple GAs ago, still prohibiting really a lot of development on both wind and solar front. There's a lot of barriers that we still have to clear, but we're starting to set this all of the above framework that will at least allow these projects to move forward. And that's, again, good for jobs, good for the economy, and then good for a clean and more reliable energy system moving forward. So.
Thank you. And then also for you, Tristan, how do you balance the urgency of climate goals with the economic and political realities of the workforce impacts, especially in like the legacy industries?
Sure. I think I'll echo what Addison mentioned about the IRA and Bill doing a good job at really the Justice 40 targeting groups that have historically been left out of that transition. Unfortunately, with the passage of the big, beautiful, ugly, whatever you want to call it, bill, a lot of those supports have been ripped away. And, for industry, for folks that are looking for job stability or companies, we're going to see a lot of solar, especially mom and pop solar, rooftop solar, small scale solar, either manufacturers, racking companies, and the installers go out of business because the business and industry likes consistency, right? And even though these subsidies were good and we needed more probably in order to keep the industry going, ripping them away with such whiplash speed really threw that industry into turmoil. Again, if anything they like is predictability, knowing that they can in the next year, the next quarter, the next couple of years, they know how to plan for workforce development. Without that, I think that there's going to have to be I think the industry is looking within itself to figure out how to move forward in this moment with just the ever-changing landscape. Looking for that future sort of package maybe in later General Assemblies and later Congresses to keep things moving.
Thank you. And Molly Jo, OEC is one of the few nonprofits in this environmental space with a staff union. What does that mean for the day-to-day experience of working at OEC, and how does having a unionized staff shape the way the organization approaches advocacy and justice in its work?
So the OEC has been around since 1969, doing really important work advocating for good policy, good environmental practices. And it wasn't until 2019 that OEC started the negotiations process to create a union. And that really shifted. This is before my time. I started at the OEC in 2022. But what I know from internal experience from my colleagues, those who have been former members in the unit and beyond, is really the work of an environmental organization is long, it's arduous. You have to really be aware of the challenges that befall our mental and emotional health of being involved in these long-term fights, and being able to take care of our workers in a way that makes sure there's good, equitable pay. There are benefits for healthcare, for paid sick leave and time off. The increase of those assets at the organization really have shifted the dynamic, the momentum, the long-term care of employees and ability to do this work. So I really think that unionizing has shifted the longevity of people working in this space, in this sector, and has a lot of potential to be replicated in a lot of different spaces.
And then, Addison, for you, how can environmental law better align with labor law, in your opinion, to enforce equity in climate policy?
Yeah, I think it can better align with labor law by listening to not just leadership of unions, but membership of unions too. I mean, leadership isn't always as representative of members. As we know, representatives aren't always, especially with gerrymandering, aren't always as representative of the people around So I think just having conversations and trying to bring people in to, when passing bills, when developing policies, just trying to bring in people and listen to both leadership, members, and try to come up with something that'll make sure that people just aren't being left behind and that union members feel heard as well as the leaders, and that those preferences are being taken into account when developing policies.
Thank you. And then sticking with you, Addison, but I'll make this question for the whole panel. But to start with you, what would an ideal just transition look like, and who needs to be at the table when it's written?
It's a tough question. Yeah, big question. The question we're all here for. I think an ideal just transition would be, something where, I said communities that have historically been left behind, a lot, communities of color, Black and brown communities, are the ones that are really benefiting as well from this transition. Low-income solar programs where people have access to solar panels and can put them on their house, because oftentimes those communities are the ones that are paying the most for their energy bills. Making sure that jobs are available in places that might be left behind when we transition away from oil and gas or fossil fuels. Abundant energy, co-ops, things like that are just making sure that energy and the green transition is democratized, available to all, and that we're all kind of moving forward together. I think would be important.
Thank you. Representative Rader?
Sure, I support all of that. That makes a lot of sense. I think, in a just economy broadly, including energy, it's where everybody benefits equally. So that means we're putting more support, more low-income solar projects, but really the vision is that everybody can benefit, and that no matter your income level, like, we eliminate energy burden across the board. And we do that using clean, renewable energy, so that these communities that have been really shouldering the burden of climate change with the coal plants and gas power plants in their backyards no longer have to deal with those burdens, and they're the ones that are receiving the benefit of rooftop solar first and foremost, right? Or big wind projects that can support the entire grid and provide incredibly cheap energy across the board. So everybody deserves, at this point, energy is not a luxury, it's a necessity, right? So when we talk about housing for all, healthcare for all, we need to talk about energy for all. And that, in Cleveland, we have an enormous energy burden, right? We have homes that people are spending 10, 20% of their income on energy, right? Absolutely, unjust, reprehensible, in my opinion. So I think that's the future we should be all aiming for.
Thank you. And Molly Jo, what does an ideal just transition look like to you?
So in addition to those really great responses, I live in Southeast Ohio, where historically our region has shouldered a lot of the burden. We say Appalachian Ohio fueled the growth of a nation. And if you were at the EPN breakfast, you might have heard discussion around NEPA laws and some of the impact to our environment. We've seen tremendous change in the last 100 years as far as the regrowth of our forests, the healing of our ecosystem. I live in the Thunder Creek watershed that was in orange because of acid mine drainage, and we've seen the recovery of that ecosystem. Aquatic species that couldn't live in that stream 20 years ago have made an incredible comeback. So in our region, we are simultaneously witness to this comeback because of good environmental regulations. And now we are once again in this tricky space where, in order to revive our economy, we're being asked to sacrifice the well-being of our ecosystems. And I think one thing I'm really excited about is this concept of a community forest. The Land and Water Conservation Fund was also mentioned during the breakfast, and we are working in Southeast Ohio on a pilot project. We received the first U.S. Forest Service funding for a community forest in Appalachian, Ohio, that would connect part of the Wayne National Forest to Stroud's Run State Park. And this would be a community governed, owned, and tended space. So at a time when Ohio's state public lands are being opened to oil and gas extraction, when there's continued pressure to increase logging in our national forests, we can look at small pieces of land that serve our community where people can, we have a workforce development program teaching people how to sustainably manage our forests for food, for medicine, for building materials, to create energy, to build affordable housing out of recycled and renewable materials. And there is incredible opportunity to continue to build upon the ecological healing of our places while also supporting this just economy. So I think we're at a time when there's continued pressure to reduce public engagement, like NEPA is under attack right now, the National Environmental Policy Act, a community forest or community solar, all of these projects in contrast, actually engage local citizens in the ownership and the management of their assets and that which we need. And I think that this shift could really be the foundation for a just transition. And that's what I'm really excited about, seeing what's possible at the local level.
Thank you, and thank you all three of you for your insights. Switching gears now to the role of unions in environmental advocacy, and I'll start with you, Representative Rader. What role do you think unions should play in shaping state-level climate policy?
Sure, great question. I think it's incredibly important that there's solidarity around everything we're trying to do here. And I think there has been a lot of, and I want to give them credit, especially IBEW always shows up whenever, in Lakewood when we were trying to pass our 100% commitment to renewable energy, a bunch of IBEW workers and leadership came to support that because they know that there's jobs in that, and that if they support this transition, then they will be supported in return. And again, it's incredibly important that when we're drafting and thinking about legislation and policy that we're including those PLAs and different things to make sure that unions have a seat at that table, because when union labor builds it, it's built right. And when we employ people in our communities, then the benefits come back to our communities, right? It's all about making sure that this transition doesn't just benefit the rich, right? As other transitions have in our past just benefited the people that own the infrastructure. This needs to benefit everybody. And I think unions understand that. They're taking it very seriously. But we definitely need more solidarity and more folks to be at that table.
Thank you. Addison, have you seen any legal frameworks or any specific acts that you think empower unions, or they should be enacted to empower unions to participate in environmental decision-making processes?
I haven't necessarily seen any specific acts to my knowledge, and that doesn't mean that they don't exist. I'm an environmental attorney. I don't necessarily specialize in labor law. I would say that there are current opportunities for unions to participate. Are they enough? That's a topic for another question. But there's notice and comment period with regulations. There's advocacy. Many unions have opportunities to engage with representatives and advocate on their behalf or have action funds and can lobby. So I think no, and then obviously you can sue for something, and unions often have standing in these lawsuits to challenge something, if their members are affected. So, there are avenues. Are they adequate? I don't necessarily think they probably are, but there are some avenues to participate, and those are very important avenues to participate. Especially notice and comment period. And at the top talk this morning, they were talking about commenting with NEPA. That's such an important thing to build that record, because especially going down the line, let's say you want to challenge something, that's a very powerful tool. If an agency doesn't address something, or if you commented and it's not, the agency just ignores it. So there are tools that are important to use, but there could probably be more.
Thanks. Molly Jo, how is OEC Workers United engaging in climate and environmental advocacy, and what barriers, if any, have you faced in kind of aligning labor and climate goals?
Oh, that's a good question. I'd say the OEC as a larger organization is really actively engaged in climate advocacy and policy issues. And I think having a union within our organization helps to bring that voice of the workers into this space in a bigger way. I really appreciated the comments about who has ownership, when it's all said and done in the infrastructure. And I think with a sort of top-down approach, we lose that holistic ownership. And I think having a unit within an environmental advocacy organization helps to reaffirm the environmental justice issues. Of course, the challenges, the barriers are large. There are many, and I think what I was talking about earlier is creating space and time, making sure that employees have, are getting equitable pay, have paid sick leave, have access to good health care. If those fundamental structures of people care are in place, it makes the bigger fight, the larger issues, a lot more effective in the long run. So I think just getting back to those very basic human rights within an organization, within a movement, it helps to carry those forward into these larger policy acts and fights.
And then building off of that, so as communities in Southeast Ohio are continuing to transition away from fossil fuels, what role do you see nonprofits like the OEC playing in supporting those workers who are affected?
That's a really important question. And I think it's been well articulated already on the panel, just making sure that these frontline workers, my grandparents were in the coal mining industry and were farmers, and making sure that the folks who have been doing this work have the opportunity to learn critical transition skills. A lot of these skills are transferable. People who have been working in the coal mining industry, people who've been working in oil and gas have a lot of talents that can be used in creating solar, in doing a lot of critical engineering work, and creating good water infrastructure and transportation infrastructure. So there are limitless opportunities to make sure that, skill sets, that the people who are being impacted, that the jobs that are being impacted are included in these conversations. But really, when I think about the OEC and what's a piece that sometimes is missing, getting back to that earlier conversation at the EPN breakfast, is making sure that regulations are strong and good. We know what's at stake if we go back to pre-Clean Water Act, and making sure that we commit to science-based regulations that might seem like they are imposing restrictions or slowing processes down. I think we have learned enough in this country to know that good decisions take time, they take due diligence, and if we have really smart people that are working on projects that have lived experience in our streams, in our wetlands, in our forests, that can implement these practices that help preserve the well-being of our ecosystems and our communities, then we'll be able to tackle the economic challenges in a way that doesn't sacrifice the health of our communities.
And then Representative Rader, where have you seen either examples or maybe opportunities for the labor and environmental movements to kind of intersect and come together? Because so often they're presented as like opposing forces, especially as it pertains to the legacy fossil fuel industries.
I do think there's a lot of opportunity if we can just get to a point where there's a regulatory regime that allows for building of projects that both aid our environment, like wind, solar, battery storage. So one thing we did in House Bill 15 was give some favorable tax incentives towards battery storage facilities so they can build these. And those are things that unions absolutely want, trade unions. These are jobs that don't require high school degrees. These are jobs that folks can go into pretty much straight out of high school, or they don't require college degrees. They can go into straight out of high school. And we know that these projects at that scale will attract lots of jobs, will be a huge economic benefit for all different folks all across the state. So it's really important that we, again, support a regulatory regime that can actually support and allow these projects to move forward. I think that's the biggest thing we can do. Obviously there are things we can do, as the federal government did with the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, specifically where you're incentivizing American-made, where you're incentivizing project labor agreements, where you have prevailing wage requirements. You'll see some of that too at the state level, but it's much more enforced and pushed through the federal level, which, again, that makes unions very excited when they see these regulatory, ironing out some of the wrinkles to allow these projects to move forward so they know that there's jobs in the pipeline.
And then sticking with you, Representative, but I'll ask everybody this one. What do you think is needed legally or politically for labor environmental coalitions to become a stronger force in shaping climate policy, especially in Ohio?
Yeah, I think labor's there. I think it's kind of we say this a lot, and I'm learning quickly because I've been in the legislature now 9 months. I just became ranking member on energy. So it's a target-rich environment. There's a lot going on. But I think it's incumbent on us legislators to definitely engage with labor more directly and try to make sure that, so if I'm speaking to legislators, I'm saying make sure you engage with your local labor councils and let them know everything that's going on in your committees. If I'm talking to labor leaders, it's there's a lot coming at us that's not good, right? In terms of attacking labor unions, different types of labor unions. And there's a lot that's coming at us that might be actually pretty beneficial, such as community energy. House Bill 303, that's in my committee right now, or even some of the energy efficiency bills, demand response, that could lead to more jobs, and they should be engaged in that. So just having that dialogue and making sure that we're creating space for them to participate and that we keep the door open as legislators is incredibly important.
Thank you. And Addison, what do you think is needed legally or politically for labor environmental coalitions to become a stronger force in shaping Ohio climate policy?
I mean, I would agree with really everything Representative Rader said. I think the other thing too is just for in the environmentalist sphere, just being creative in terms of the allies who we seek out with filing lawsuits. It can be powerful to have not just a bunch of green groups on a lawsuit. It could be powerful to have a labor group, or have some sort of. I know in some lawsuits we saw hunters or hunting groups or other things. I mean, people on all sides of the political spectrum care about the environment. I would say everyone, I'm not gonna, but most people want to grow up with clean water, clean air. They want to be able to have their kids go outside and play, go walk. And so I think just as environmentalists, be creative on who our allies are, and just not be, not have the blinders on. Oh, they're not traditionally on our side. We can't reach out to them. It's just, interests can't align, and think about that.
And Molly Jo?
Well, those are really great responses. The only thing I think I would add is, it's been inspiring. That was one of my background is in ecology and land stewardship and environmental education. So coming to an advocacy organization was a jump outside my comfort zone. But one of the things that really drew me to the Ohio Environmental Council was our labor union. Having a space where the conversations are happening between management and unit members struck me as a healthy space to engage. In a lot of environmental organizations, that's not necessarily the case. There's not necessarily a lot of strong connection and communication going on between management and laborers, workers. So I really think that the initiative that my predecessors took in starting a union and the people in management at the organization that were willing to come to the table and have those conversations is what makes the OEC a really strong organization and what will make us be successful moving forward. So I think more organizations could follow that model. More workers could be pushing for that unit representation and get engaged, because I've learned a lot just by being a part of the union about what's going on in the greater labor union movement. So I think that it brings a lot of connection, a lot of important dialogue, and a lot of standards for a work environment that could be replicated.
Can I add one more thing to that?
Absolutely.
That's okay, because you just sparked my thinking here. And it's something we talk about a lot. We would love to see more solidarity across the labor movement, I think, and because the environment touches all of us, right? It's not just the workers who will benefit directly from these projects, but it's the Service Workers International, or it's the teachers. It's these other groups that are going to be impacted no matter what. So it'd be great to see more solidarity, because we know that the attacks on unions are trying to get unions to separate, right? When we overturned Senate Bill 5, right, the big initiative, that was a coalition of almost every single union in the state. Now you're seeing unions split off and supporting different things and not showing up for each other. And I think it's incredibly important that, especially when you have something that's benefiting and where folks in the trades are going to benefit, to see other unions jump on, I think will show that they're all in this together. Right? And if we fight this together, we're much stronger than if we come at this as individual unions or individual members.
Thank you. And then I'll stick with you, Representative. So looking forward to actual legal solutions for workers, the public, and the climate. Do you think that our existing emergency or labor protection laws are sufficient to protect workers who are affected by climate events like wildfires or heat waves?
No. A lot. We have a lot of work to do. Yeah. So specifically your questions about, do we have protections that are going to protect workers from specific events?
Yeah, just, people who work outside, or, we hear stories of people who, in particular warehouses who aren't allowed to leave when there's a tornado, things like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think the heart of this, to me, is this idea that we need to bolster collective bargaining rights broadly, right? Only 12 or 13% of folks in the state of Ohio are in a union, and if you're not in a union, you're pretty much an at-will employee, and you have very little protection and rights under the current state law, even federal law. And with there being some turmoil at the federal level, it's even hard for unions for folks to unionize or for labor disputes to get to the federal level and actually find resolve. So there's a lot that needs to be done. Leave it at that.
And Edison, I'll pose the same question to you. Do you think that our current occupational health and safety laws are adequate?
I'd probably agree with Tristan. As I said, I know it will probably be an issue in Ohio, but in a lot of southern states where you get temperatures that are over 100 degrees in the summer, I mean, workers, and I'm not a practicing lawyer in those states, so I can't speak with any certainty, but as far as I know, I don't know of, mandatory water breaks, going inside, cooling stations, things like that. And our legal system in general is a very reactive system. It's not overly proactive. I think in order to address some of those things, we need to have a more proactive approach in terms of our bills and our policies and regulations to protect those workers, because the response can be, well, you can always sue for damages if something happens, but that takes time, money, expenses, and who knows what kind of situation you'll be in after suffering whatever damages or illness occurs. So taking a more proactive approach to protecting workers would probably be a step in the right direction.
Thank you. Molly Jo, we've already seen climate change reshape communities across Southeast Ohio. How do you think that nonprofits like the OEC can come into this space and help build resilience amongst these communities?
So I think I'm gonna say it in a very elementary way, but I had a teacher who had a bumper sticker that said, "Trees are the answer." And I go back to that often. As a forester, as a farmer, as a person who lives in a house made of wood, heated with wood, I think we see across the country and across the region, my region in particular, for intact forested ecosystems, healthy wetlands. These spaces are key in our climate future, in having safe, healthy communities and having clean water. And an organization like the Ohio Environmental Council is crucial to continuing to ensure that on the large scale, while we're advocating for people, for labor's rights, all of these things, we're also just advocating for good stewardship of the land that we depend on. I said this before and I'll say it again. Ohio went from 95% forested to 12% forested. And since 1940 to 2018, that has been a slow recovery of our forested ecosystems. Ohio as a state is about 30% forested now, which is a great achievement, but we still have a ways to go, and we're actually losing our forests. So from 2018 to now, because of increased development pressure, we're losing. So we know, like, flooding in my region has been intense. Windstorms, increased temperatures, all of these things are prevented by good, healthy forests. So I think that making sure that this overarching awareness of how we're impacting the land that we depend on, the ecosystems that keep us a climate refugia, are going to be crucial moving forward.
Thank you. Switching gears then back to Representative Rader, as you mentioned earlier about House Bill 15. I know you played a pivotal role in enacting that. What can you tell us about the highlights of the bill and how it'll impact labor and the environment in Ohio?
Sure. Yeah, it's a pretty big bill. That's why. And one of the number one things it does, and one of the bigger things, is repeals the subsidies, the HB6, the corruption here in Ohio. It gets rid of a large portion of what was left in the books about HB6, which is the legacy riders, and they were costing Ohioans $400,000 a day. That's several dollars per meter per month. And by repealing that, we're no longer supporting coal plants that are no longer that aren't in Ohio, right? And we're actually changing our whole regulatory regime too by getting rid of electric security plans and moving towards rate cases, making sure that First Energy, who hasn't had a rate case in 17 years, not a full rate case in front of the PUC in 17 years, is now going to be required to come back and justify their rates. It also has some good supports in there for brownfield cleanup and putting energy resources on brownfield and distressed sites, which is really neat. I talked a little bit about the tax incentives, tax breaks for generation and storage, which is kind of neat. So we've created a system where we're incentivizing all of the above, which was a big push on the Democratic side, and certainly there's some on the Republican side too that were interested in making sure that this wasn't just a gas and oil bill, right? That solar and wind and battery storage had a part to play in that, and were treated just like every other energy type, which is in Ohio, that's a pretty big step forward, right? Because we've favored pretty much oil and gas, legacy technologies to this point. So all in all, it's a pretty good bill. I have been asking around town, environmentalists, even some folks that work for some of the other types of utilities, and everybody gives it a pretty good mark. We knew this needed to happen. We needed to clean up how we did our our rate making and get rid of HB6 once and for all, and we're glad we did that. There's also a portion of that bill which we were glad kind of got in and kind of flew under the radar. There's heat maps which make sure that utilities can that have to show data about where energy resources should go on their grid to meet demand, so that we're not forced into these pinch points where there's blackouts because they can't get energy from one part of the grid to the next. So it's a good thing. Heat maps are good. I want to thank OEC for really getting behind that, pushing that, and making sure that we include it. That's something that I helped get into this bill. Also making sure that we maintained the $40 million loan program for solar and energy efficiency for schools. That was a program that was initially going to utility scale solar developers. Utility scale solar is a dirty word in the legislature, so we instead of getting rid of it, they let us transition that to a loan program for schools to do energy efficiency and solar, which we thought was a pretty big win.
Thank you. And then Representative Rader, sticking with this topic, how do the new rules regarding the timing of OPSB decisions protect against situations like what I learned about in my 1L year, which was the Icebreaker Wind Project in Cleveland?
Yeah, I don't know if it would do anything that really. I think Icebreaker had a lot of support, believe it or not, in the legislature. Bill Seitz was a big proponent. He was pretty influential until he was term limited this past year, and trying to keep that alive. There's a lot of challenges Icebreaker faced, but certainly legislation wasn't super helpful. But I do think that setting the shot clocks, and we made sure they were appropriate. They weren't too short, right? I think they came in with some really, really rapid turnarounds on these applications, but we do want to make sure we give ample time for groups of people to give their sides and things. So we think that that'll help at least keep projects moving through, and solar's included in there, right? So is wind, if we can straighten out some of this other stuff with Senate Bill 52 prohibitions and things. But we're hoping that if we continue to address some of these other challenges, that we'll create a system that will allow for a lot of energy to be brought in the grid relatively quickly. And I think the shot clocks and OPSB changes will help that.
Great. So last question before we open it up to the audience, and I'll pose this to all panelists. And we can start with Molly Jo. What would a proactive legal strategy look like from either the political or legal aspect, or also just from the labor aspect? What does that proactive strategy look like to you to protect workers?
I'm going to not say a lot because I'm not a legal expert or a policy expert, really. But one thing that I think what is immediately coming to my mind, and probably it's just top of mind because it's been a big part of what we're dealing with in Southeast Ohio and with public lands right now. But public comment. I mean, making sure that like the NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, continuing to provide opportunity for communities to engage with decisions that are being made in our communities. And I'm thinking about, home rule. We had a plastic bag ordinance in the city of Athens that, a lot of the arguments that the OEC and other allies supported the city with were, advocating for home rule decisions. Unfortunately, this Ohio Supreme Court shot it down. But, we're thinking about that when it comes to unitization with oil and gas regulations and all of those sorts of things. So just continuing to make sure that the public has the opportunity to engage in, to be aware of decisions that are being made about us and about the lands that we depend on.
Yes.
It's following exactly on that. I think, one of the things that House Bill 15 did, and we still need to keep doing a better job, is in getting rid of those electric security plans. That means all those riders that are on your bill will start to fall off as those start to expire. Is that right, Kathy Ann? As we go down, they'll start to fall off. Some will expire pretty quickly. That forces utilities to come back in front of the PUC and the Power Siting Board, depending on what they're doing, and forces them to justify their rates. And it gives you, the public, an opportunity. It creates a more naturally transparent system as to how the sausage is made, where you can have more input, right? And I think that's great. So up to this point, they've been able to throw riders on there with very little resistance, and confusion has been their tool to allow the system to move forward. And that confusion is, I think, over the next few years going to go away, and you're going to see a much more straightforward process. It's not perfect by any means. And they're going to figure out, electric security plans, when they were introduced a while back, was the solution that was going to get utilities to do things right and be accountable. But we have to make sure that we show up and that we're paying attention so that they don't game this new system.
And Addison?
I would agree with generally what the other two panelists said. Yeah, as I said earlier, our legal system, just by its nature, is fairly reactive. This is kind of the nature of the beast. To be more proactive, I think, as I said, notice and comment is a big thing, and the people at the agency, a lot of them, or most, if not all of them, are dedicated to the work. They want to do what's right. But I think in terms of some things that could be done in terms of future legislation or policy, in terms of, burden shifting, for example, putting more of the burden on, the people getting the permits rather than people challenging the permits to justify why a certain action might be safe, more evidence, and not just, relying on people challenging a permit to say why something is dangerous, or, they have to do that. So I think burden shifting and just kind of taking a more proactive approach to justify why a certain technology or why something new is safe, as opposed to relying on individuals challenging it to pay for experts, to take on litigation costs, things of that nature. So those are just some things that could maybe help change things.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to open it up if anybody has any questions in the audience, and also back home at Case Western, feel free to text them to me, somebody, and I'll ask them. Yes.
So I have a question. House Bill 15 provides for expedited treatment, priority treatment for energy projects on abandoned mine lands and also some brownfields. And we're still waiting for regulations to come out on that. And I'm just wondering, what comments any of you may have about, would you have expected to see regulations by now? What are you hoping will be in the regulations? How do you envision the process working?
So just for those watching the live stream, question was about the HB 15, when we should expect to see new regulations about brownfield sites and abandoned mines, correct? Yes. Yep, for everyone.
Thank you. I was actually happy to see that the PUC did come out with their OPSB regs for comment, and that was good. I think they're working on it, and I've been in touch with Chairman French, and anxious to see what they come up with. I do think ODNR is going to play a role in that as well.
ODNR says it's up to the Department of Development.
Okay. Yeah, and so we're waiting to see what comes out of it. I know that with OPSB, you have all those agencies sitting there and having some type of input on what rules are coming through. So something we'll follow up on and keep tabs on. Again, I was excited to see that we had some OPSB rules pretty quickly. They knew they had to get it done quickly because the law went into effect in the middle of August. So it's something that we're paying attention to, and certainly by the end of the year, we're hoping to have some good results and have public feedback on those results too, because the process is going to continue and will require lots more input before I think we'll have final determination on what's going to move forward.
Did anyone else have anything to add on that one?
The only thing that I would add is we have a lot of great examples, particularly with our neighbors to the south, in Kentucky, in West Virginia, through like the Central Appalachian Network, through coalfield development, through the Appalachian Sustainable Development. There are some really incredible examples of brownfield remediation and abandoned mine land reclamation that are being done that I think we can look to states that have already implemented some of these practices. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. So hopefully that will be taken into account.
Any other questions? Yes.
We talked a lot today about the development of jobs in the private sector around, energy transformations and stuff like that. There's not a lot of discussion about maintaining or improving jobs in the public sector that support this work on the regulatory front. This comes out of a conversation I had the other day with some folks about the need for policy and direction around water reuse, essentially. And, state and federal agencies don't have staff to create these rules, to create guidance, and to provide a direction for the development of these jobs. It's just the bottleneck, it stalls things. How do you propose that we continue to support the creation of those jobs in the public sector? Because there's a wholesale effort right now to erode them. And it was talked about this morning in terms of brain drain, but we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot by not looking at them as we talk about creation of private sector jobs.
So, question for those on the live stream was, how do we protect the public sector regulatory jobs as well, as opposed to private sector jobs?
I could talk more directly probably about, this is kind of analogous, but maybe helpful. I think lots of good discussions about JFS, Jobs and Family Services, and the Medicaid cuts, and the fact that we're not only creating unfunded mandates by work requirements and things, we're doing the same thing in the energy sector, right? We have all these new regs, and I do worry that we're going to have some real, like you said, bottlenecks around implementation, and that's not just like immediate. It's going to be ongoing, which is the issue. And one of the arguments I'm trying to make some of my colleagues about this is it's going to be more efficient to, if you want to do all the things, it's more efficient to add resources that are relatively minor compared to the savings you're going to get by having a project move forward, not have to wait 3 years in a queue. This is something PJM is dealing with right now. And if you can at least staff the changes you want to see in the world, then you're gonna get the result that you'd sought, and you're going to get it at a lower price tag. And so these are the arguments I'm trying to make to get folks to understand that we need these jobs, we need these people to be working in an efficient manner to get through this. And I'm going to keep making that argument, but we'll have to see where it lands.
I would just also say encouraging, governments to keep funding those services, because you create this negative feedback loop almost where it's like, well, the services aren't working, well, we should defund it more. And so it's almost this negative where it's, if you fund it correctly, it'll work properly. And an example I'm thinking of is in Cleveland, we have Cleveland, which isn't necessarily a regulator, but in Cleveland, there's Cleveland Public Power, which is a municipal owned utility. And that's a really great service. That citizens have a say in energy prices and regulation. They have a say, through the mayor and city council, what kind of policies their energy provider is doing. But there are a lot of issues with Cleveland Public Power too, in terms of lack of funds, bad contracts, things of that nature. But it's not something the city should sell off or get rid of just because of those issues. So making people aware of those and recognizing that, hey, we need to fund these properly. We need to be engaged in the process, and kind of raising that civic awareness, I think is important to address that.
The state that we actually recommended from the private side or the public side, whatever. We're regulated as well. So, that was one of the things we discussed, is maybe putting that in like statewide action plans or recommendations that we make that, if we're going to actually move this forward, there needs to be appropriate staffing at state and federal level to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think with notice and comment, providing those recommendations is helpful. What your thoughts are? With notice and comment, the agencies are typically required to respond to what you say. So, if you provide those recommendations, they'll need to respond. You can at least see the rationale of why or why not they aren't following those recommendations, ideally. So I would say, you don't want your notice and comment to be, too long, but at the same time, you want to provide enough information to, get across what you say and let them know what you think.
Yes.
Thanks to all the panelists for your thoughtful comments and the work that you do every day. This question, I guess, is mainly for Representative Rader. And so because of your deep knowledge of HB 15, or deep involvement in it, I would say, what are your hopes in terms of how the administrative process will address the distributed power aspects, both on the commercial side and the residential side? What do you hope to see?
Question was, for those on the live stream, for Representative Rader about what he hopes to see in regards to HB 15 as it pertains to distributed power.
So when we passed HB 15 out of the House, it included community energy, which I think really targets your question about distributed, because you're talking about distribution level like assets or community owned, corporate owned, or individual owned assets that can actually power the grid and put the energy resource closer to the need, the supply near the demand, right? That was in there, it passed. The Senate said, well, no, and they kicked it back. But I think we've got a lot of legs. I think this community energy program we just had its first hearing a couple days ago, and had some pretty good feedback from everybody on the committee. I thought even folks that we thought would be a little more hardline against it didn't seem to be open to it with some changes, probably coming in the next iteration. So that'll have proponent and opponent testimony next week. If anybody's interested, coming out to the Energy Committee, Finance Room 313, usually Wednesday, probably Wednesday, 2 p.m., something like that. So come hang out with us, come give proponent testimony for a bill that I've liked for a very long time, and they've made a lot of good changes to it that I think will make it more palatable for both our side and the Senate side. But I think we need something like that, which is going to bring, it's a pilot program, right? We just need a proof of concept here. It's 1,500 megawatts over 4 years. One of the arguments that resonated really well in our committee yesterday or 2 days ago was that it's going to bring a lot of energy into the grid quickly, right? And at the source where it's being used. That seemed to resonate. So I think that we need to kick that door open with this. Virtual net metering is another thing that actually the PUC tried to include in the budget. I was very happy to see that Chair French was advocating for that, particularly so that industry could use that as another way to bring more energy, in when they're deciding to develop data centers or what have you. So we're supporters. I am personally a supporter of anything we can do to create more opportunities like virtual net metering or community energy.
Any other questions? Yes.
So my question is related to earlier this year there was a federal executive order targeting nuclear energy partially to power AI data centers. And because Ohio is seeing more development of data centers, specifically as a Columbus resident, there's Prometheus, which is a Meta AI data center scheduled to open, I think, 2026. So I was just wondering if any of you had any opinions on what does this mean for nuclear energy in Ohio? What does this mean for, earlier someone said something about transitioning workers to different forms of energy off of like oil and gas. And so it's just, what could this mean for energy in Ohio? What could this mean for workers that could like possibly see employment in the sector?
I guess we'll see. I think one thing with nuclear is, the energy will take, it takes a lot of time to build a nuclear power plant, whereas, deploying solar or, it's a little bit quicker to do that. So, I think some of it's like, we'll see, more energy costs are going to rise. So, different ways to reduce energy costs, I think are a good thing, but just want to make sure it's safe, well built, and just, we might not see those reduced costs for 10 to 15 years, depending on how long it takes to build the plants.
I can speak to like the broader, I think where the legislature is on nuclear, which is interesting. I think they're very vocal, supportive of bringing nuclear where they can, small nuclear, these small nuclear reactors where possible. Yet we don't really have a regulatory schema to do it. So it's interesting. They a lot of talk about it. Yet there seems to be behind places like Indiana that has, I think, moved a little bit ahead of us in setting the regulatory scheme. I'm personally with Addison. I think we need to be very careful how we do this if we're serious about it. I think you'll start to see more nuclear appearing in more legislation. I think there's talk about adding nuclear to the community solar / community energy bill. I think just adding it as an option is not necessarily going to mean they're going to build these nuclear plants, especially at small scale, like a community energy scale project. But you're going to start seeing it appear more. But they'll probably be able to imagine at some point a bill or a package of legislation that'll be aimed at setting up that regulatory system for dealing with small nuclear. I don't think it's happened yet, but we'll have to keep our ear to the ground.
Great. I do have a question from the remote audience at CASE. What do each of you expect the environmental health impacts of HB 15 to be as it pertains to energy and infrastructure?
I think it's long term, really. What we're
I
mainly
should have said environmental health impacts. Sorry, I think
health
I read it wrong.
impacts. Yeah, I think it's definitely long term. Again, I see this as a good realignment of and a good bipartisan thing we can do to at least crack the door for these technologies and start having valuable discussions about community energy and energy efficiency and things we need to do. Does it impact, like, will tons of solar be built tomorrow because of it? No. We still need to deal with those huge roadblocks that allow counties to ban solar. That's Senate Bill 52. And the poison pill we talk about, which came before that, which was the wind setbacks and other things that have really inhibited our ability to address, more directly like air quality, really, as we're talking about, so that we can reduce our carbon, we can actually stop or transition from fossil fuels towards just a better, more clean alternative.
I would agree with what Representative Rader said, and I just want to say I think the question's a good framing too in terms of framing environmental issues in terms of from a public health lens too, and just in terms of broadening the coalition. I think as environmentalists, we should be trying to bring in public health professionals too, because the environmental impacts do very strongly affect our health and our public health. And I know from my time at Case Western when I was at the clinic. Case Western has a public health clinic, and we're constantly trying to bring them in on our work too, because the issues overlap so much. So I think just thinking about environmental from a public health lens is very important going forward too.
Yeah, and at Sun, when I started there, I made sure we engaged with the Northeast Ohio Black Health Coalition, which has a big part, environmental justice is a big part of what they do because they're directly impacted. The East Side of Cleveland deals with dumping, they deal with these coal-fired plants until recently, but now more gas plants being put in literally their neighborhoods. Right, so on the ground level, it's a reality. It's not like a philosophical sort of argument. These are communities that are bearing the impact, and if we can move faster towards things like HB 15 again, set that stage a little bit, but we really need to do more to bring more renewable online so that we can start really transitioning for these communities.
Did you have any thoughts, Molly Jo, about just environmental health in general or HB 15?
No, I think that you two did a great job responding to that question. I do agree. It's really crucial to be engaging this idea that environmental health is somehow different than human health has been a dangerous rhetoric. So I think that making sure that that conversation is together and that experts are being brought in is really crucial.
Totally agree. I think we have time for one more question, if there is one.
Yes.
So, I'm just curious, Representative Rader, particularly, Ohio has not been particularly friendly to renewable energy efficiency. How do you think you will garner votes to advance legislation?
So the question for those on the stream is from our own Professor Naguski, and it is just how do you think that we will garner votes in our current political climate for environmental legislation?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of behind-the-scenes conversations, and you won't see a lot in public or even at committees talking directly about environmental issues. But things like I keep coming back to community energy. Community energy is really the community solar bill. It's about building community-sized solar projects that will help folks become more energy independent, will allow renters to subscribe. So it's no longer is rooftop solar the only thing. Now renters can participate in this clean energy revolution a little bit better. And that's a Republican bill. They had to take the word solar out of it. They have to kind of sanitize their language for their own base, I guess. But certainly, having more folks, at least on our side of the aisle, and some folks on their side, that do believe that this is the direction we need to go. And the economic arguments, when I work for Solar United Neighbors, that's all we made were economic arguments about how solar can save people money. And when you come down to economic justice, it is about transitioning and making sure people can at every income level and no matter what your zip code benefit financially from that energy transition. And that's only going to help the environment. So those arguments still have purchase. And I think it's the pressure right now being put on by data centers, by the fact that energy costs are projected to go up as demand for energy because of where we're at as a society with AI and all this other stuff coming online that's really causing that demand, is forcing them to think about other options for energy. And that's not bad for renewables. And I'm glad that some of my colleagues have not really been pigeonholed by the utilities and gas and oil, and have allowed us to at least move in a slightly better direction. I don't want to give you too much hope, but I'll give you a little bit of hope that we're still moving. And we need you to show up. So yeah, again, I'll punch it one more time. Next week's Energy Committee, it'll be Wednesday. I'll make sure somebody has it. You can send that out. I'd love to have you guys.
And I would add to that, I am in a very rural farming community, and in Southeast Ohio, our topography is different than it is in some of the more rural farmland places. But the opportunity for agrivoltaics, and we've seen a really great example of that's being developed right now, and hopefully will be a good replicable model. But as a farmer that is dealing with climate change and extreme weather events, the opportunity to create more consistency on the land, to provide shade, to provide water catchment. There's a lot that we can do with agrivoltaics that expands farming opportunities and can keep family farms in the family. So I think that there's an opportunity, and it goes back to what everybody's been saying about just making sure that we're not creating more divisiveness, that we're bringing people together, and that we're really having conversations about what these policies and practices, how they're going to impact everybody, and making sure that those who are the most impacted have an opportunity to engage in the conversation and have their voices heard as the decisions are being made.
And I would just add advocacy. I think sometimes people think, oh, just file a lawsuit and that'll solve everything. Our community democracy team likes to think of lawyers as kind of the surgeons in the emergency room, and ideally, you don't want to get to that point. And advocacy does work. Elected representatives, we do vote for them when they are responsible for the people. So, and I think of the example like in Youngstown, they stopped a pyrolysis plant from being built in the community, and that was through community advocacy. And initially, some of the elected officials were a little apprehensive, but through a vocal group of people showing up, advocating, doing it, they're able to effectively pass a moratorium stopping this pyrolysis plant from being built in their community. So advocacy does work, and showing up and community organizing does work. It's hard and it takes time. It's not easy, but it can be effective.
All right, on that note, I want to thank all of our panelists for sharing such thoughtful perspectives, and to all of you for joining us today. Oops, sorry.
Thanks, Josh.
The law has a vital role in shaping not just policies, but the lived reality of people and communities. So we hope that this discussion sparks continued collaboration between labor and environmental advocates, and that it inspires us to think creatively about the tools that we already have and that we still need to build a future that is sustainable and equitable. So again, thank you, everybody.
guys wanted to share. I don't know if there was yeah, I do. But mostly it's like, again, it's unitization. Can't do this. So not trying to break up. Is there any research that you guys wanted to share? I know you said you wanted to plug the video. Hold on, I'm in the legislation clinic, so I'm fluttering in the front saying how I love. But yeah, so you guys, is there any research that you want to share? So, I mean, y'all are probably, although I also totally do it. Yeah, they're so on top of it. Yeah. Oh, you're literally, yeah, you're internal. We're hoping to, so I did switch over to the expectation of, yes, I'll be here next year as well. We all talk. Thank you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Tracy?
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
I also want to talk about, they're very effective. They're almost too effective. And, I mean, it's not a lot. Probably, in the whole Senate process. But, after Ritter, they got rid of the President bill, but then they went publicized. I just didn't even like, once you get a win, stop. Once you get a win, once you get like some,
So, yeah, we already
saying they're going to support it.
yeah, we'd already like adjusted the.
Do not try to snatch your feet on the cause of victory. Right. Now it's that bad. Someone had me in line. Now.
We're having to change the plan. After having it be on.
But then as an organization, like the regroup and like figure out what's how that's my we won't win the policy. I got to do this great. Level of rail up.
Well, I feel like without that.
No, but I want to ask you like once you get somebody to say, I'm with you, like, don't attack my stuff.
People ask you that. Unless they're like very old and at least getting, like forget it, Harvard.
Yeah, thank you. Awesome.
So are you a student?
No, I'm in.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
This is fun.
Yeah, thank you guys both so much. I really appreciate
Love to come back.
Sorry you got stuck in traffic. Glad you made
Oh,
it.
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bye. Nice to meet you again.
Nice to meet you, Josh. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Because I'm like, it's been. Yeah. Well, there's also.
Where you see kind of that going, legislation.
I mean, the more that the community reaction. Yes, oh yes, yes, yes. My whole work. Claire, Danielle.
you met Abby?
I met her at EPN 10 years ago. Okay. Does she remember me? No.
You don't know that. Maybe she
That's
does.
true. Where's Charlie? Let's see. I feel like it should be intuitive. I'm afraid to press a button.
Well, first let's get let's get the slides pulled up.
He had me download them.
Oh, okay, here they are. So we can put the OEC transition slides up to start, and we should be on that.
Nice, nice.
All right, so now
No, the only problem is this guy. Why is this not intuitive? So this one's different from the classroom ones.
you know what? Maybe I'll find Beth.
Oh, I just saw her.
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Oh, looks like someone already pulled this up.
Yeah, we have it pulled up, but not the actual. Oh, is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Wow.
But
I was afraid of just pushing buttons.
that's okay. There's very little. If you want, you can just leave that running.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that for now, and then I'll click the next thing when I. Thank you so much.
Every time I do a demonstration, I'm like, can you survive? That's where
it'll just be a keyboard for clickers. It's gonna have you click. And my mic is, I'm tethered. Yes, you're tethered. I need to stay. Perfect. For Q&A, may I get a handheld mic? It's fine. It's absolutely fine if that ends up not working.
No, I'm pretty sure we can. We have a bunch of them already set up. I have to double check.
Thank you.
Yeah, I bet you. My biggest case.
Oh, but there's a live stream. Yes, I'll stay with you. Stay right there. I'm bad about this.
That's all my. Right now,
Really good. I'm tired. Yeah, it was really good. Yeah, when I put it together that same week, I was just like, that's why it's and also
I fixed it. We're good. The formatting got thrown off. I fixed it. Okay.
It's not on the screen behind you right now.
Yeah, I know. We're good. Charlie taught me how. Not to brag. Good. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Jordan Rowdens, and I am a 2L and the president of the Energy and Environmental Law Society here at Moritz. Before introducing our keynote speaker, I just want to take a moment and say we are so excited and grateful to have this opportunity to bring the conference and practitioners and students like this together and be able to shine a spotlight on environmental law issues. I also want to take the chance to express my gratitude to Chris Tavener of the Ohio Environmental Council and their team, along with Harrison Freed and Hallie Stelzel at the Environmental Professionals Network, all of whom devoted a significant amount of time and dedication making days like today possible. I also want to extend my sincere gratitude to my peers and my friends Aaron Goodburn and Kalia Tellez for bringing me and the Energy and Environmental Law Society and allowing us to share this opportunity. And finally, I would also like to thank Mark Bank from Cleveland State University College of Law and Josh DeMay from Case Western University School of Law for their partnership and efforts in bringing some amazing people and panels to this event. Collaborating with other schools has helped make this a truly statewide event, and as a Cleveland native, I love to see the representation. So join me in a round of applause as a big thank you to everyone. Now, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker. I had the privilege of meeting Abby Andre at an EPN event while I was an undergraduate student here at Ohio State School of Environment and Natural Resources while I was in the process of applying to law school, so that was a big moment for me. Our meeting was brief, but her passion is extremely evident, and she went on to found the Impact Project, which is a nonpartisan data and research initiative. She has the most incredible resume and biography that can be found in the program, but for now, I'd like to hand the mic over to her so she can show you for herself the impact she has and will continue to have. Without further ado, Abby Andre, everybody.
Hi, I'm so excited to be here. I have to start with a couple of thanks to the same people, Chris Tavener, Harrison Freed, Jordan, thank you so much for having me. I am thrilled to be visiting my alma mater. I graduated from Moritz College of Law in 2010, and I'm really excited to be back to talk about the Impact Project and talk about where we are in the environmental field. So the Impact Project, as Jordan said, is a nonpartisan data aggregation and analysis initiative that was started in February of this year in response to growing changes that we're seeing in the federal landscape. The rapid government change that we've seen has made it really difficult for communities, local and state governments, nonprofits, business, philanthropy, us, our neighbors, to understand what's happened and to understand long-term what the impacts are going to be. And so today I'm going to talk about why I created the Impact Project, what we're trying to do, and the ways that we're trying to use the data we've collected to date to build some tools that will help us figure out where to go from here. So the why of the Impact Project makes no sense unless I explain the circuitous path that brought me here. So I started my career in federal service. I was a DOJ attorney at the Environmental Enforcement Section in DC for a decade, right after I graduated law school. And I spent most of my time litigating the Deepwater Horizon oil spill in the Gulf of Mexico. The spill actually started my spring semester, 3L year, when I knew I'd be going to DOJ, and the live feed of the spill, of the oil gushing into the Gulf, played in this auditorium. And so as I was thinking about where in the country I wanted to serve, which agencies I wanted to focus on, all questions new honors attorneys have to answer, this was really my focus. And what that case taught me was both the great bounds of federal environmental law, some of the things that it is truly capable of, and what it can't do. Under the Oil Pollution Act and Clean Water Act, we got the largest environmental settlement in the history of the country at that time. But there were communities, mom and pop shops, people harmed during cleanup that the law couldn't reach. And that's what really began my own thinking about what is the law and how does it interact with our society? How does it interact with us as groups of people? And what explains some of those limitations? So I served proudly under the first and second Obama administration and the first Trump administration before leaving to teach at Vermont Law School and help run the Environmental Advocacy Clinic. There I started studying disasters. What makes them? How does the law respond to them? And similarly, what are the differences in access that exist under statutes like the Stafford Act and from agency programs under FEMA and HUD and all the others who touch our communities in the face of disasters. And what that taught me was that there were still limitations, right? That the gap between the policy goal and the policy on the ground was big enough that I didn't feel like I had the tools that I needed to explain how to make our institutions stronger. So I came back to Ohio State. I moved home and started a PhD in environmental sociology a few years ago now at the School of Environment and Natural Resources here. So that gets us to the election. I was studying, November of last year, wildfires and the systems that people use to respond to them. Who accesses FEMA? What happens if you can't? What community processes do people use instead? And then when the results came down, I knew as an environmental practitioner and as a former Fed that we would see huge changes. And so I started to begin to look for a tool that would help ground what we were seeing federally on the local level. So unwittingly, over time, I collected the expertise I needed to begin to build something like this. I knew federal institutions, I was studying complex systems, and I had an inherent understanding, because of my experience as an environmental litigator, about the cumulative impact that one area of policy has on another. So I knew that changes in food systems would touch the environment. Changes in environment would touch public health. And I felt that we as communities really deserved a tool that would help highlight those changes as close to real time as possible. So the other why here is the unprecedented scope and scale of federal change. We have not seen, in my generation, or arguably since our founding, this level of change so fast with the dawn of a new administration. Over the last 9 months, we've seen change at every level that has touched nearly every county in the country. Hundreds of thousands of civil servants have been separated from their work. Billions in government contracts and grants have been canceled. And we've seen significant federal services across environment, public health, infrastructure, education, food, right? All changing. So what does that look like here in Ohio? In 2024, we had 55,000 federal workers across the state and about 13,500 here in Franklin County. The federal dollars accounted for about a third of our state revenue, depending on whether you're looking at before COVID or during COVID or now, but a large number by any estimation. And we received $132 billion in contracts and about $450 billion in grants in 2024. So that gives us an idea of how interconnected we are with our federal government and how much this change might trickle down. The other thing that I was responding to, the other reason that I really stepped into this work, was that many in our communities were worried about threats to federal data. We saw significant changes in Trump 1 to how and whether we collected data and how that was communicated. And we knew, based on promises made by the administration, plans and documents like Project 2025, that access to data was going to change. And that's borne out. So since the beginning of the administration, over 110,000 government pages have gone dark. Equity and climate tools, including EJ Screen, the CDC EJ Index, and others have been removed. And so I started working with a collaboration of many environmental practitioners, not lawyers, but data scientists, who started archiving these tools and putting them up. So EJ Screen was taken down on January 20th and was put up again by the Public Environmental Data Partner members 2 days later. But I knew, from a perspective of evidence building alone, that if we didn't get really deep into what the federal government was choosing to cut, we wouldn't have a record of what was lost. So that in the future, no matter who was in power, we could see what we had had before when we were making decisions about what we wanted again in the future. So, what is the Impact Project? Different from what you might think based on the first 10 minutes of my talking, it is not just meant to be a bummer, right? It is not just meant to be an archive of everything that we've lost. As a systems scientist, I know that moments of extreme change in a system, moments of real gaps in services, bring with them opportunities for reimagining. And we can hold the hardship that many Americans are feeling right now in the face of change, alongside the hope and creative potential that we face as a country as we decide how to rebuild, which is a difficult thing to begin to imagine as things are continuing to be cut, as the news every day seems really surreal, right, is one of the only good words that I can use in this context. But the Impact Project is really starting to think about the future. And so the message I want to bring here, as I summarize some of the very real things that the state of Ohio has lost, is the potential that we have to think about new ways of delivering public services going forward. How are local and state governments going to step in when they can? What resources do they need from the nonprofit sector, the for-profit sector, from recently fired feds? What expertise would Columbus need to build a more robust climate change plan, disaster mitigation and adaptation plan? We're building tools right now via these multi-layered data sets to try to provide guidance and provide some light into what's been a very chaotic and confusing 9 months. So what is it? Stepping down to the simplest case, we collect things. Starting in February, I began to pull in environmental data, including from active and already archived sites, and newspaper articles from across the country, using, at first, just a really silly number of Google alerts and Boolean searches, and over time, a web scraping, news scraping service. Each of our newspaper articles have been coded by hand for things like what kind of action has occurred, what agency is related to it, what is the source of authority, if we know it, that supported the action. Think the executive order on DEI, or the executive orders about American energy sources and priorities there. We also began to collect surveys. I am an attorney. I cannot get away from people's stories if I tried, nor would I want to, right? And I thought that one of the most important things in this moment that we could do was humanize these impacts. So we pull quotes from newspaper articles, from surveyed folks, which includes fired federal workers, people who've had their research contracts and grants canceled, including researchers here at Ohio State. And we pull them into all of these dots, these maps, to try to begin to show the breadth of change. Underlying these dots is baseline data. Baseline data is the before times, right? What did these programs and policies and people look like in 2024? So when you go to our maps, if you hover over a county, if you hover over a state, within the main map, it'll tell you how many federal workers are in your state or county, how many are probationary, based on one of very many definitions of what that means. If you are in our public health map, you will see how many HHS dollars flowed into the state and the county, how many HHS-funded healthcare facilities there are, Health and Human Services. Sorry, I'm talking like a Fed. And with that data, we've created to date 4 different interactive maps and over 60 dashboards. And the dashboards are a more narrative, in-depth dive into this data. We also rely really heavily on outside sources. It is impossible to know what these dots, this evidence means, if you don't understand the communities that are being impacted. So in addition to the baseline data I already described, we pull in census data so we can describe the socioeconomic status of the people who are living in these places. Our new climate and energy map, which we're launching next week, includes probable futures heat data, billion-dollar disaster data, and other markers of vulnerability. From an environmental justice perspective, that might include pollution, PM levels. From a public health perspective, that might include instances of diabetes, instances of cardiovascular disease. Why include all of those? Because they're all relevant to the cumulative impacts. From the environmental perspective, because all of those things flow from our environment. And you can't understand the impact of losing a grant studying the impacts of SOx on a community that's already overburdened if you can't describe the community and where it was before that grant got canceled, right? So outside data is also coming from these partners. I am very much a fan of entering an ecosystem to be additive. And in this moment of crisis, we have tried very hard to find our lane. And for now, we are really acting as a hub for many of these groups who have been collecting data as a way to amplify, a place to store, and a place to bring people together across different sectors so that as we're thinking about our data infrastructure, as we're thinking about where we need to go from here, I'm not talking in a silo or accidentally creating an echo chamber, right? So we've been very lucky to partner with the University of Chicago Data Science Institute, Public Environmental Data Partners, and the Native Land Information System, which, if you're not familiar with them, is the most incredible resource for tribal data and tribal data visualization in the country. And they are leading the charge as we think about what data sovereignty means and what data as a right might mean, as we think about who's going to collect the data that we need to understand our world if the federal government isn't going to do it anymore. Tribal leaders are really leading the way in that conversation. So how do we do this? I'll talk about this quickly because I may be the only one in this room that finds it interesting. But it's a mixed methods project. So we have quantitative data, think numbers. We have qualitative data, think, words. And we're coding them in the same way so that we can layer them into the same database. Our pre-baseline, as I said, we have federal data, environmental data, socioeconomic data, and then our government change, we code for all of these different factors. The one I really want to highlight is this last one. So for most of our dots, if particularly it came from a newspaper article, we include some data about indirect impact, which is a quote that we pull from the newspaper article itself. Think of us as standing on top of the methodologies that journalists use to vet reliability and vet sources. The indirect impacts tends to be a description of the ripple. So if we're reading about a story about a community member who worked at HHS and got fired, the direct impact is that they got fired. The indirect impacts are the impacts to their household, and then also the impacts to the program that lost a worker. What does that program do? Who do they serve? So again, we're trying to, without rephrasing, without inserting ourselves to the best we can, describe a very slippery thing, which is this idea of indirect impacts, which is essential, as essential, I would argue, as looking outside strictly the environmental sector to understand the environmental impacts from a cumulative perspective. So here is a visual example of our climate and energy tool. I'm not demoing it today, frankly, because the tech freaked me out. So I just did some screenshots to try to illustrate what you can do with this tool. It'll be live next week, and you'll be able to go in and play with it yourself. But these are the examples we have here of the data that we put into the tool. So we have been speaking with a lot of people who lost grants under the IRA. And the Inflation Reduction Act provided resources across sectors, but chief among them for people in this room will be climate preparedness and disaster preparedness grants. And so we really started to think as a team about what you would need to understand the impacts of those changes. So all the way on your left is probable futures estimate of how many days above 90 degrees we will have if we hit that 2 degrees increase threshold. You can layer that then with programmatic data, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Low Income Energy Assistance Program, EJ grants, BRIC grants, which are through FEMA for building resilient communities. Changes in all of these are tracked. And then you see one layer of our socioeconomic data, any census tract where over 20% of the households are below the federal poverty rate. What this allows you to do, again, is not make specific conclusions at the person level, but begin to build inferences and identify hotspots, identify potential for harm based on the underlying vulnerability of the communities experiencing these losses. So that way you can look at Dallas, for example. This is the heat data that looks at data from 1995 to 2020 to show you how much hotter it's getting. If you've ever been in Dallas, you'll be surprised that it's actually getting quite a bit hotter than it's always been. You can then overlay that with our socioeconomic data. So here you'll see communities of color overlaid with impoverished communities turn orange. And on top of that, you see changes to the energy and environmental sectors that have occurred since then. So let's pivot now and talk a little bit about Ohio. And it's what we've seen so far. So I'm going to walk through what we know from our energy and climate database, but also from our public health database and the database that we're using to track changes at federal offices and federal budget. And again, I can't say it enough, it's because the cumulative impact of the three are relevant parts that all of you in this room thinking about policy and law and litigation should be considering. But let's spend the most time with energy and climate. So about $5.5 billion has flowed into the state of Ohio or were obligated to the state of Ohio under the IRA at the beginning of this year. About $1 billion of that so far has been canceled. We have enough solar to power about 700,000 homes full-time, and yet the IRA clean energy and power program grants have been cut, including one here in Columbus that brought folks who'd recently gotten out of prison into the solar industry, rehabilitated them by training them, and sent them into the field to help increase that number of capacity for solar. LIHEAP. So LIHEAP is a really important social safety net program that Health and Human Services used to run. It's the Low Income Energy Assistance Program. And it provides often hundreds of dollars to qualifying households so that they can pay for heating and cooling. It got canceled at the beginning of this year. It was cut in the president's budget. It got saved in the House. Its future, again, is in doubt because of the pending shutdown. About 5% of Ohio households qualify for this program, and we received about $175 million from this program in fiscal year 25. So this, down to the county level, will tell you how many households are eligible and then how many households actually used the program, so that you can get a sense of who may not have money to heat their house this winter or cool their house next summer. So shifting a little bit from these first three, which I think are indicative of programmatic and policy progress that has been stalled, we're also seeing changes in disaster readiness and public health. So, for example, part of the IRA program that was cut was a grant in Cleveland for 1,200 households where in each household at least one person had asthma. And they were going to come in and switch out for electric appliances. A really simple fix that greatly increases the air quality in the household. We similarly have seen some steps back in our local capacity to prepare for extreme weather. We've had building infrastructure and community resilience grants canceled in Sydney, in Hebron, Columbus, Columbiana, and in Lakewood, right outside Cleveland. And in every case, those communities had applied for the grant, been promised the money, been ready to go. I would call them turnkey opportunities, right? That if you're in this room and you're wondering and have capacity for stepping in to help, some of these grants are very low dollars. For those communities, they're not. But from a business perspective, they are. So if you want to invest in disaster resilience, our tool gives you a way to find who was ready, who'd already thought it through and been vetted by FEMA, right? And then the last thing I want to flag is that overall we're going to see decreased federal data collection across the board for environmental threats. EPA announced last week that it was going to stop tracking its air monitoring systems throughout the country. And it's unclear if they're going to collect the data and not analyze it, or if they're simply going to stop collecting the data. We know because of staffing cuts that we're down at NOAA. We have fewer people working in our National Weather Service offices than ever before. And while we can't connect those causally to any really problematic outcomes yet, they create a risk for harm that we need to be watching. So the two other tools I want to walk through are insights from our public health map and then the office and budget map. So I didn't know this when I started because I've been in my environmental sector for a very long time. But HHS gives an astounding amount of money to our states to support our hospitals in urban and rural places, to support Nurse Corps and services for people with HIV and AIDS, to support hotlines for mental health through SAMHSA. We received about $380 billion in grants from HHS in fiscal year 24. That's about 32,000 per capita in the state of Ohio. It's a huge, huge number. There are hundreds of healthcare facilities funded with HHS dollars. That's the pink dots here, which is overwhelming. We don't know how many dollars flow into each of those healthcare facilities at this moment, but we do know that HHS is cutting its budget by 25%. It's reorganizing itself substantially around the Make America Healthy Again program. And regardless of what you think about those policies, it seems very likely that at least in the coming year or two, to some of these places. And we know, for example, at-risk rural hospitals are already reporting that even brief pauses in funding create real problems and shortages of staff, capacity, x-ray techs, nurses, right? These are places that already didn't have enough. So taking even a small amount of funding off the top can have a really consequential outcome. We had, up to this year, 1,000 federal HHS employees in this state working through some of these programs through offices throughout the state. We know that some have been fired. We're not sure from where. That's a project that we're working on right now to try and give folks not only a sense of where services may have been cut, but a sense of where you might have local community members with incredible expertise who are looking for a job and looking for a place to get plugged back in after exiting federal service. The last thing I'll mention here is food. Our food systems have been profoundly impacted by government change, particularly the relationship between local farmers and local schools and local food banks. So Ohio received over $125 million just in local food for school programs and local food purchase cooperative agreements and via investment from Food for Peace and other programs that allowed farmers to send surplus crops abroad through USAID. We've lost almost 100% of those dollars. And if you are in touch with our local news, and especially here in Columbus, you'll have heard that our food banks are out of food, that they are lacking essential resources. At a moment when people are economically strapped, housing is extremely expensive. And so these paper cuts across the board mean that more people are turning to food banks in Columbus than ever before, and they're emptier than they have been in previous years, in part due to these cuts. Finally, and this is my last bummer slide, Ohio impacts federal offices and budget. So a question that I get a lot is, where are people being fired from, and how is the budget going to impact us locally? And honestly, there are two questions that I cannot answer with a huge amount of certainty right now. What we did to try to give people, again, the power to make some inferences is map federal offices across the country, figure out what program was run out of them, and attach the ongoing budget negotiations to those places. So we've got over 500 programs, offices working in Ohio, and we are looking at, because of the ongoing back and forth around shutdown and appropriations, significant disruptions in LIHEAP, AmeriCorps, NIOSH, anything that the president cut to zero in the presidential budget that the House or Senate decided to fund is now at risk. And that's the memo that the administration put out over the last couple of days about its intention to RIF anyone out of these programs if we do in fact shut down. So where do we go from here? How can this data be used? So we use it to understand the scale and scope of change, and from an academic perspective to set us up for longitudinal in the coming years, to assess cumulative impacts, but most urgently right now, we're using it to identify community need. We've been talking to mayor's offices, governor's offices in red and blue states, advocacy organizations, journalists, people who are really just trying to get their hands around what's happening right now. We can also use it to envision the future. What are opportunities that arise from this kind of disruption? I would call it need. Others in the investment community and business community might well see opportunity, right, to step in for the federal government. But it's not going to be a simple fix. And so we are working to really think about tools to facilitate this kind of system-level transformation that I was talking about at the beginning. We are never going to go back to the federal system that we had, even if someone else is in the White House in 2028. The harm has been too great, the cuts have been too deep. And frankly, it would be a missed opportunity, because those of us who study federal institutions know that we weren't doing it perfectly to begin with, right? So how do we diversify across public and private sector, local and state government, become creative about who is responsible for taking care of community members and how? How do we involve community members in those conversations? And ultimately, how do we make our systems more resilient to political change at the federal level? Because I don't know about you, but I never thought I would see a day where the federal government decided it wanted to stop feeding people or stop providing health care or weather services, right? And I never want that to happen again. And this feels like a piece of the puzzle. This data feels like a piece of the puzzle that we can harness to begin to think about more creative solutions. Thank you. I'd happily take some questions. Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I might have missed it. Are you a nonprofit then, or what's the impact? It was really interesting.
That's a fair question. The question was, are we a nonprofit? I am currently sitting in a C Corp called Public Service Ventures. I was doing this on my own in February and was called by the CEO of Public Service Ventures and asked if I wanted some support and some legal protection. And we talked about the pros and cons of me sitting in a 501c3 given the environment versus a C Corp. And out of abundance of caution, I'm sitting in a C Corp. So that is where we are. All of our work is for charitable purposes, but for right now, it gives me some more protection. Yeah.
You brought up the attention upon you, and I'm curious if you could speak briefly for some folks who might not know about how like your work kind of briefly went viral to some extent.
Yes. So
and how that has been.
yeah, absolutely. So so I'm on LinkedIn. That's in the entirety of my social network, social media footprint. And I posted in February a draft of this map. And that was a Friday. I think I posted it on Valentine's Day. It was the same day that OPM directed that all probationary workers be fired. And it did go viral. By the end of the weekend, it had 75,000 views. By the following week, it had, 500,000. And that is part of how this work has become possible. That's how Public Service Ventures found me, and that's how I was able to get some seed money to get this off the ground. So while it has been absolutely surreal, I am grateful that communities saw a need for it and that their response to it allowed me to keep doing this. Yeah.
You had some data partners up there earlier. Do you have goals or vision for additional partners that you'd like to bring in and what that process might look like and what you do right now?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've launched over the summer the Data Impact Network that includes all of the folks on that slide and others who are working in the data space right now. And frankly, all are welcome. The purpose of the network is to really take down some of the boundaries that exist between sectors who are working in different spaces and think as a group of data scientists about how we need to rebuild our data infrastructure and protect our data moving forward. So very happy to add to that coalition, and you shoot me an email if you're interested in it. Yeah.
Do you have any examples of how members of Congress, especially on the Republican side, have used your data to strengthen their arguments with the administration about how they should not be doing some of these damaging cuts and public policies that affect their district and their people?
So I can't speak to specific lawmakers in this nonpartisan hat that I am attempting to just hold to, but I will say that I've visited the Hill and done demos for members, and that this is being used as a tool in committee conversations to the best of my knowledge. And you have to remember that some people will see this as an example of success, right? Some people will look at this map and say, yes, that's what we wanted. We wanted a smaller federal government. So my guess is it could be used that way also, but I'm not aware of those circumstances. Yeah.
One, this work is so inspiring, honestly, and you're very inspiring. Thank you cannot imagine how much work goes into creating that image there on the screen. So thank you. I had a very similar question, but much more broadly. Data, in my experience working in policy and managing data and analytics teams, the data is only as good as like the use. Otherwise, it's just a pretty picture, right? And so I was wondering if you could bring to life some stories of where you've seen this actually work. put to use, and how you see it as a service and how it can be accessed as a service?
So that's a great question. I forgot to be repeating the questions. I'm doing it now. Okay. She asked, how are people accessing the data? How are they using it as a service? And how have I seen it so far be used? I think to date, journalists have been the primary driver and user of this. I do a lot of background on stories about local impacts. I provide a lot of data packages to journalists who are not, lovingly said, data heads like myself, who perhaps find the map overwhelming right now to use because we've loaded it with so much data. Academics are using it. I held an event at Climate Week last week with a couple of professors from Columbia, both of which said, to my surprise, that they are already using it in their classes. One as an example of mixed methods data, but two as a resource for people to use right now. The last big group are those gap fillers that I was talking about. So we've had conversations with impact investors, nonprofits, philanthropies, people who are in the position to help but don't know how to help. And the tools that we're building now are really for them. So we're building a suite of tools for matching. So you could go in and say, I am a philanthropy interested in these areas. I'm interested in air and children and the city of St. Louis. And what the database will pop out for you are cuts relevant to those interests and who you can contact, right, in response. Randy. I'm good.
So I have a kind of a broad question. I don't know if you have an answer for it, but as a former federal environmentalist, an attorney, now a data scientist, and talking about rebuilding after this, what do you see as a possibility, especially in the environmental and climate space?
Local and state solutions and local and state coalitions. We already have states going to the UN and attending separate from the federal government. And we have seen in the environmental justice space in particular, states really lead the way on thinking through how these policies might work. Now, if you are a student of federal environmental law, you'll be saying that's not the best way because boundaries are, fake and air pollution doesn't stop at your border and yada, yada, and that is all true. But in this moment of crisis, using statutes that have not been meaningfully revised since the 1970s, they are less and less capable of doing what we need them to do. So I would say local and state, but when I say local, I don't just mean local governments, I mean communities. Some of the most amazing climate planning that I see right now comes from communities really experiencing a very specific climate harm. They suggest things to their governments, they get enshrined in a plan. New York City's is probably the best, if you are looking for an example. And suddenly you have this really amazing multi-scale solution where there's community buy-in on the ground and government buy-in for a couple of scales.
We may be good.
I think we're good. Yeah.
With so much data, can you kind of speak to the process of data that you were finding and getting through collaboration versus data that you're not aware of, but somebody coming to you and saying, I think this needs to be in there, some of these community and local things. I'm just to be able to get that balance of data at different levels and different regions of the country, I imagine that's pretty complex.
So she's asking how we collect our data from internal and external sources, including think tanks, nonprofits versus communities. And there's an inherent, and I might be putting words in your mouth, question about vetting, which I'm just going to mention as I talk about it. So we directly collect all of our newspaper articles and government data from sources that are still live. So we've archived USA Spending, grants.gov. We get through partners who started archiving before I did, things that have been taken down, like EJ Screen and FEMA's risk index. Those feel pretty reliable if we're willing to still say that we trust federal data, right? Newspaper articles, I rely on the journalists to be doing their jobs, and I am sure that there are examples in my database where that may not be true. But on whole, we've got about 50,000 newspaper articles, and so I consider any unreliability in their noise. The last one is the trickiest one. Citizen science, survey collection, inherently introduces questions about methodology and bias. The way we deal with that is to be really upfront about it in our methodology section and include it anyway, and give ways to toggle it off. So if you make an independent judgment using this tool that you don't want to hear from a bunch of federal workers who were just fired because you feel that their story is either too biased to be trusted or otherwise not good data, one, I will happily argue with you about that, but two, we give you a way to respond. Yeah. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to talk about this, and I hope the rest of the conference is great. Thanks, Chris.
All right, thank you guys so much for attending our keynote session, and huge thank you to Abby Andre. I think you can see why we were really excited to have her here today. If you are an attorney here for CLE credits, please remember to complete your surveys. Even if you're only here for part of the day, fill it out. You can get partial credit, and make sure to turn those in to a member of our registration team before you leave. Reminder, there are classes going on, even though it is the middle of the day on a Friday, so just try to keep the noise down between sessions if you could. But we're going to transition into our next breakout session, which I will provide you with in a moment.
Also, there are going to be coffee and snacks. And by snacks, I mean a charcuterie board. So if you want a little bit for your next session, as well as coffee, it'll be set up out on the table in the hallway.
These are our various sessions for the next breakout round. Public Voice and Administrative Law will be in here. A public record session will be in room 344, and then a nuclear power plant session based on Cincinnati and the Zimmer nuclear power plant will be in room 352. If you were not here earlier or did not attend an earlier breakout, you can get to the third floor by going right, straight up the stairs, and those rooms will be in that hallway. Or if you need an elevator, go out to the front in the lobby, and the elevator will be tucked by the door. Yes.
Transition from 12:45 to 1. They start at 1. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, if you didn't hear that, the transition is from 12:45 to 1, and they start at 1. So, thank you guys.
Can we close out of this slide real quick? I noticed an issue with that. Yeah. I'm going to go make sure we're set up in the room that has a Zoom meeting.
Beautiful. Sounds good. Lucy should be heading back up there.
Yeah. I'm going to try and sneak into part of this. I'm going to try and sneak into part of this, but I got to roll the thing.
Yes, I can pull them up in a moment. And then, we're texting, so I know everything. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. I'm gonna slide this out really quick. Yeah.
Can I just see what order, if they have, Chris has them in any order for our panel?
Oh, I can check my sheet. Won't be on here.
Thanks.
Let's see. Admin law panel. So this is Mark's. We're gonna
Okay.
do all that.
Great.
And then we also have, hello.
Charles.
Hi, oh, Charles.
How's it going?
I'm Heidi.
Good to see you. I know, no.
From our little Zoom.
From that,
Yeah. Little Zoom.
flash.
Nice to see you.
Are there assigned seats?
No.
I don't think so.
No. Do you have a preference of which order would you want to speak?
You're in charge. Look, like, as a middle child, I'm just happy to be.
Just bumped around wherever
yeah,
you're
yeah.
okay.
So, yeah.
I can acknowledge you.
So that's
I'm
my
okay.
PowerPoint, so what do I
Yes.
need, what do I need to know? Or does I have somebody who's going to know it for me?
What? I can pull them up from here.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
So this is gonna be, these are Beth's, and then
Okay,
the
let me
other
just see what
ones,
Beth's is titled.
Public Voice and
Naguski, yep, okay.
Nagusi, and then this
OEC.
one here is
That's Mark's, MPB, okay.
Yeah, so it's just
yeah.
these two here.
Okay, so Charles doesn't, he doesn't have one. No PowerPoint. That's fine.
No.
Great, fine.
So this turns the screen on and off. This is just a little blank screen button.
Okay, we'll
So-
leave it blank and then I'll turn it on. Okay, screen on and Beth, do you have a preference to where you go in the order? Okay.
All right. I'll be down there if you guys need.
Okay, thank you so much.
That's what I sent you.
Environment natural resources. So far, it's like multiple.
Hi there.
Time
Okay, just a word on these. That means they're muted, so when you do, we need to speak. If you're a loudspeaker like me, you're good to kind of just lean forward. If you're a little bit softer, it's easier to like pick it up. You might closer, so just so it projects all the time. Yeah, I'll be right here. I can see like. I told you earlier. You guys said it. Oh, I was just asking her earlier. She was very soft spoken. Okay, thanks. Keep the mic. You're all good. Do you have a preference for order to go in? Well, no, I'm going to do the intro for the panel. Why don't we go back? And I'll come back and you're going to finish up.
So Mark, when you speak, you have. Arrow button?
I think you can just hit the arrow button. Yeah, here, watch. No, it didn't do it because it's not
merge all the
screen
slides,
on.
perhaps?
No, oh, there we go. Just do the up and down.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Up and down. And you have 15 minutes tops.
Well, give me like the 5-minute warning. I don't even think I'm going to take 15 minutes.
Okay. All right, you can.
Okay.
But that's it, just the up and down.
I have to compress 45 years into 15.
Don't focus on public comment.
Yeah, well, I am.
Public input, right.
Yeah, okay.
That's it. And I'm going to time you.
I won't tell every war story I
Yeah,
have.
you got some good ones though, girl.
I've got a lot of good ones.
My printer wasn't working. Also, thank you for still coming. Sorry.
No, there's two separate PowerPoints. Yes, I'll show you. So they're already up, so it should be pretty easy.
Oh, okay.
So this is off right now.
Like an alt tab or something?
Yeah, or so like you can also just like between them down to like these are yours, and then
present.
Which is the present icon? I don't never do these.
This guy. Do that? Screen up.
Awesome. It's one of those things where I just be like, I'm gonna look at a menu for like 3-8 minutes, and people will be like, this person.
I learned how to use this stuff like an hour. Charlie looked at me like, I don't know if I have a choice.
Well, I appreciate the
Yeah, of course.
taking it on.
I'll be here if anything goes haywire.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome back from your lunch. I'm Heidi Robertson. I'm on the faculty at Cleveland State up the road, and it's very nice to be here. Thanks to everybody for inviting me. Today, this panel is going to talk, we're going to be talking about one of the cornerstones of democracy, that is the public's right to be heard in the context of government decision-making. And public comment is our focus. It's not just a procedural step, right? Public comment is a powerful, or can be a powerful exercise of democratic participation, right? It is the moment when everyday people, concerned citizens, can bring their perspectives directly to decision makers. And it is through public comment that officials learn what are the issues that resonate with their constituents, where there is support, where there's concern. In many ways, it is the bridge between policy on paper and the lived experience on the ground. Of course, staging a forum for an equitable forum for this type of exchange is not easy. Administrators and elected officials often are tasked with hearing hundreds, even thousands of voices on often controversial and deeply felt issues. Ensuring that those forums are fair and orderly requires thought and planning. And it's not just about, and earlier we were talking about who gets to speak. It's not just about who gets to speak or about for how long they get to speak, in what order. It's not whether comments are written or in person. But it is all of those things. And as if those issues weren't enough, agencies, officials, administrators operate within a web of legal and practical constraints. Some of them come from statutes and regulations that set forth requirements for notice and comment, but those legal frameworks barely or rarely answer all of the real-world questions that apply to the process. Officials have to navigate open meetings laws, accessibility requirements, translation needs, and the challenges presented by digital platforms. And pertinent in part to the topic that my colleague Mark Bank and I will discuss today, agencies have to allow the volume, they have to not allow the volume of public comment or the confusion of public comments to sway them from applying facts to the governing law. And by volume of public comment, I mean it in two senses, right? One is in terms of of number, and the other in terms of noise, right? Public comment can sometimes be noisy and numerous, but doesn't mean it's factually accurate. This panel will explore some of these tensions and opportunities. We'll consider the challenges of high-profile matters where public engagement is massive, sometimes overwhelming. How do agencies manage these inputs? How do they do it responsibly? How do they avoid letting a flood of comments drown out other meaningful voices? So to guide our discussion, I'm going to be asking a few questions of our panelists. what actually counts as public comment. Once an agency receives input, how should it evaluate and weigh those comments in decision making? And then turning the lens back on the public, how would our panelists recommend individuals or organizations provide input that is truly effective and impactful? And we're fortunate to have an outstanding group of panelists to help us explore these questions. Beth Naguski has years of experience in law and governance, and has also served as a professor in environmental and land use and climate law courses, both at Cleveland State and at Case. We have Council Member Charles Slife, represents the Ward 17 on the Cleveland City Council. He engages directly with public comment and community input on a daily basis in his role as an elected official. And Mark Bank is an environmental law fellow at Cleveland State College of Law, who is a member of the Law Review, president of the Environmental Law Society. He's been my research assistant, and he works on, his research focuses on environmental law and policy, and especially focusing on data analysis and the evolving practices of public engagement. So this panel together is a mix of academic, practical, and policy experience they offer, and should give us a well-rounded look at how public comment functions and how it can be approved in different contexts. So we're going to start with Councilman Slife, and you could stay there or come here, your choice.
I'm comfortable staying here. Can everyone hear me okay? Are these microphones good? All right. Thank you for the introduction. I'm very happy to be here. It's been a long time since I've been, I didn't go here, but on this campus. Actually, I think the last time I was here was a beautiful fall day like this. I was walking across the Oval with my cousin, and we both got texts that said our grandma had died. So hopefully that's a one-time thing. And thanks for coming. And so I guess I'm the practitioner, right? So just a little bit about me. I've been on Cleveland City Council for about 6 years. When I joined City Council, at that time, there was no established public comment period in our regular meetings. So we are not required by law to have public comment. However, if you do have a public comment period, it's sort of like an on or off switch. There's not a lot of leeway to you open up the faucet and you receive all the water. And I think what I can kind of provide today is some insight into how we got to public comment and kind of what we've experienced, what we've learned, some ideas of how to even maybe modify our own process, and then obviously answering the questions that you posed. So 2019, I joined council, zero public comment, but there was a real clamoring for it. There was a citizens group called Clevelanders for Public Comment, which had formed, essentially lobbying City Hall for public comment. I joined a couple of my colleagues in being kind of the legislative supporters of it, and ultimately to change our rules to establish public comment. Detractors for many years had thought that public comment, one, was almost duplicative. We're, as elected officials, we're out in the community. We already hear what people say. Why do we need to add more time to our meeting? You know, you can call your councilman. You can call people. We're accessible. Yes and no. I mean, yes, if you're doing the job the way you should. No, if you're pulling a paycheck and you're not really engaging with voices across the broader community, right? What I kind of came to was, having grown up in a community that, you know, you turn on public access and you see public comment, I assumed that it was a given. But also I saw from some of my colleagues being worried that this was just going to be redundant. It was going to bring out voices of people, the same small group that might have a genuine public policy issue, might be, quite frankly, having maybe some potential mental health challenges at any given moment. I'm not going to deny that does seem to be a phenomenon. And I viewed it as, just a best practice. We have to do it because it's the right thing to do, but also putting aside, my role as the legislature, if you come to a Cleveland City Council meeting, it's not just the council, it's all of our staff, it's the mayor's senior staff, it's normally the mayor. His attendance hasn't been where I'd like for it to be, frankly. It's an opportunity to address all of government in an environment where it's not curated, it's not relying on you calling me and me accepting your message and choosing to advocate for it. It puts the power into you. So what we ended up instituting was a 30-minute period at the beginning of our meetings, 10 signups. Signups start on a Wednesday at noon. It's first come, first served. You can sign up online. You can sign up in person. And at the time that we initially did the rules, it was essentially you can talk about whatever, but you can't disparage members of the body. And we can kind of come back to that. Little different than what Clevelanders for Public Comment, the citizen group, had advocated for. Just a couple of the niche differences. They had proposed having it be limited to residents of Cleveland only. We determined that to be a First Amendment issue. We get a guy that comes to public comment a lot, owns a business in Cleveland, but lives in Bedford Heights. So that would have, he pays taxes into Cleveland. He has a right to come and speak to the government that regulates his business. They had also proposed 10 people, but not limiting it to 3 minutes. Let me pause that. They said 30 minutes, unlimited signups. So if someone goes short, maybe you can get an 11th person in. And then the signups could roll over week over week. I think we learned after October 7th, 2023, and there was a lot of people coming in speaking about Palestine, Israel, Gaza, just the wave of signups we got, we would never have gotten anyone to sign up ever again because they would have rolled over for about a year or two how many people were interested in providing public comment. A couple other small niche differences that probably aren't worth wasting time on. What I would kind of break the public comments we receive into 4 buckets. There's one would be public comment on active legislation. 2 would be on like city services and other government related things that are certainly the city of Cleveland, but there's not active legislation about. There's a 3rd category of kind of like larger, maybe whether it's a national issue, a state issue, an international issue that really has no workflow at Cleveland City Hall, if I'm being frank, but this is still seen as a venue for people to come and speak publicly. And then there is a 4th category of, I would say, miscellaneous. In that, we've had people come promote business. We've had people make anti-LGBT statements. We've had some, actually, there was the same individual made, it's a good segue into the next point, began by making LGBT statements, and this was prior to October 7th, actually, and then the next paragraph started with, Judaism's not a real religion, and we cut off her microphone. And and then somebody else came up and made comments about campaign contributions that the council president felt were disparaging to members, so that microphone was cut off. So that got us into a process of learning how we needed to update our own rules. Because what we learned through the process is that kind of a twofer, like you can disparage council members, which I'm very easily disparaged. So like have at it, guys. I love it. I joked earlier, I'm a middle child. I'm just happy for the attention. But also kind of to the dismay, and an understandable dismay, that we're not able to limit speech. So there had been all these conversations of if someone's coming and making an anti-LGBT statement that has nothing to do with anything other than hate, can we cut that off because it has nothing to do with city business? The answer is no. It's a First Amendment thing. Unfortunately, it's few and far between, but it does happen, and I think it's just a consequence of doing the right thing by having the panel open. Another observation we've noticed, and I'm eager for maybe some mild reforms to our process, our sign-up process for the next 4 years. Since I had mentioned it's first come, first served, you sign up on a Wednesday at noon. Not everybody's available immediately at Wednesday at noon to sign up, so we have a lot of frequent flyers, and I love that they come, but there's a lot of people who feel that they are more or less shut out of the process because if you know how to do it, you can speak every week. So we've talked about, should we limit it to once a month? Should we have more of a sign-up period with a lottery, so it's not, you don't have to be first in line, you just have to sign up over a 48-hour period? And would that bring in more voices? Because there's a lot of people, I think, that as something comes up in the community, they're eager to come and speak to City Hall, but might not realize the importance of being at 601 Lakeside Avenue at noon on Wednesday in order to secure that spot. I can kind of wrap up because I know that the rest of it's going to be far more interesting. But from the practitioner side, I will say that, it's public comment. I get asked a lot of people like, how do you sit through this? This is a lot of this is wild. A lot of it is, more or less being insulted directly or through implication. One, the stories are fun. I'm not going to tell you that the stories aren't fun. But the truth is there have been a lot of good instances where people have come with, whether it's small city services things up to big public policy things. So, for example, there was a woman, she's a pastor, and there had been a guardrail in front of the property of the church, and a car hit the guardrail, took out the guardrail, so now cars are coming up into the lawn and hitting the church recurringly. So she just sort of came and said, how do I get a guardrail? Is there anything I can do to get a guardrail back? And she came back 2 weeks later and said, thank you so much. Whoever it was came out and got a guardrail reinstalled. I think a great example also of something that has really nothing to do with the legislative branch. The executive branch was there. They heard the need, and they responded to it. If you don't know, and it's sort of a larger topic, Cleveland's under a federal consent decree for our what was found to be unconstitutional policing. We've been in it for about 10 years. There was a Citizens Police Commission established through that. There was a subsequent charter amendment that gave more power over kind of day-to-day police operations from the council to this Citizens Commission. The council does have the role, though, of filling vacancies on it. And a woman, through public comment, pointed out that, hey, you guys are out of compliance with the federal consent decree because there's been this vacancy. You have 90 days to fill vacancies, and it's now been whatever it was, like 140 days. So you have to fill this vacancy. And I think this was an instance where there had been some candidates brought forward. One wasn't found to be a qualified candidate. So there were some conversations about how to find another candidate. Life gets in the way. I don't personally believe that it was intentional. It was just one of those things, but absent that person coming and maybe proactively reminding us that that vacancy may have been more prolonged, which wouldn't have been beneficial. Maybe the most interesting to this group, since it actually has something to do with the law, the Cleveland Municipal School District and the City of Cleveland engaged in a land swap, adjacent properties, a city park, a school-owned property, for the purpose of constructing a new school building. The idea was essentially that the schools could build a new school on the park, and then once that new school is built, you can demolish the old one, and that will revert to parkland, and it's all the same in the end, right? And some residents were rather dismayed, understandably, because the plan called for the removal of some very large old-growth trees, the kind of trees that we're not going to get back in our lifetime if we take them down. And through their due diligence, they realized that when the city received the land that became the park from the original owner, it was deed restricted for use as a park. So if we were to go through with this and remove these trees and build a school, we would actually be in violation of this deed dating back, I believe, into the 1890s, if I'm not I could be mistaken. So over a recurring number of weeks, a very organized citizen group came forward with a public comments about the need for the green space, the importance of maintaining the spirit and the legality of the initial deed restriction. And through that process, ultimately the plan for the school was altered and instead of it being a one-floor building, a two-floor building, so it takes up less area so that the area that would have been needed for city property and tree removal is no longer part of the plan. So it's an example of just a very good group coming forward, using public comment to bring forward an issue. That group has sort of now spawned into a nearby issue of a vacant CVS that was proposed to become a gas station. There's concerns about it being a gas station given the proximity to schools and this park. And there's also a fire station nearby that is more or less a carcinogen. The guy, 36 years old, passed away last year from occupational cancer, and he's one of a number of firefighters who basically have gotten cancer because they back the fire trucks in and diesel's blowing into the living quarters. So this group is now really loudly advocating that the city, instead of allowing this to be a gas station, should either purchase it through eminent domain, take this property and have that be the location for a replacement fire station, which for what it's worth, I think is an excellent idea. I'm eager to see. It's also created, I think, in that localized community, a new political engagement. There's a woman who's actually running for council that's been very involved in this. So I think it's a really strong example of how public comment can be impactful, especially when, if you were to watch a Cleveland City Council meeting and there's 10 speakers, you might not find the majority of the public comments to really tie back to a workflow or a community issue. So I think it's been great. It hasn't been without flaw. It's still not without controversy. Some of my colleagues may not think that it's a productive use of time, but in the end, I believe it's important to give citizens the opportunity to make their voices heard and to say what they need to say, even if it's not necessarily what I want to hear in that moment. I think that's about 15 minutes.
Thank you, Chuck.
I talk a lot and fast, so I apologize for that.
Your timing is really pretty spot on. You're at 14:19. So
I'll entertain 40 seconds of questions.
I'm pretty, as one who always goes over my allotted time, I'm pretty impressed by that. So why don't you go ahead, Beth?
Well, I have to, the microphone? That's good? Okay, everyone can hear okay? All right, well, my grandmother didn't die when I've actually never been to Ohio State, and most of my family wouldn't let me set foot on the campus of Ohio State because I happened to go undergraduate to a large university in a neighboring state, and we have a very good, fun time in my family around Thanksgiving with college football games. And I think I've been the winner more times than the loser. I think that's right, but I may not have a good memory. Anyway, you've probably figured out where I went to undergraduate. So we won't talk about that. Let's talk about the public voice in administrative law. And I want to talk about this from what my decades, many decades, you can see the gray hairs, of experience in environmental law, most of it in the state of Maine, both with government, with the private sector, with nonprofits, and also as a volunteer on local planning and appeals boards. So with government, I started my career at the Public Utilities Commission of Maine as a staff attorney and hearing examiner. So I listened to a lot of public input and took that into account in making decisions. I also served as Governor John Baldacci's energy director in the early 2000s, and then went on to become his sustainability director and the acting commissioner of the Department of Environmental Protection. So again, was listening to a lot of comment from the public as well as from opposing parties. And being one of the deciders on cases that were presented to us. I've also worked in the private sector. I represented the Maine Renewable Energy Association, so lots of small renewable energy projects, hydro, biomass, wind, not so much solar at that time. And in Maine, trash to energy was defined as renewable as well. So I represented those companies in front of the legislature, so I was lobbying and worked with them on particular cases, permitting cases that they had. And then in Ohio, I was the director of permitting for the offshore wind project, Icebreaker, for Lake Erie Energy Development Company. So for three plus years, I worked on securing the state and federal permits that project needed to move forward. As you probably know, the project has officially been paused. There's some talk it might come back. It did receive all the permits finally. The permit, the state Ohio Power Siting Board permit was appealed. The permit was upheld, but at that point, the investors the project had faced so many hurdles and delays and had cost so much that they essentially threw up their hands and walked away. So whether it can be revived, it remains to be seen. Then I also, much of the work I have done is with nonprofits. The Natural Resources Council of Maine is an environmental nonprofit, very much like OEC, takes on statewide issues in Maine. The Acadia Center, which focused on energy and climate, and a brief stint with the League of Conservation Voters when I moved back here. With the Natural Resources Council, I worked a lot on energy, climate, but also wetlands, site protection, land use issues there. And then, as I said, served on my local planning and appeals board in a small town in Maine. So I'm going to look at public input from different sides based on the experiences that I've had. And I've picked four of the projects that I've worked on, which I think are good in sort of highlighting how public input can come in very different forms, where it can be most useful, where it may not be so useful, and what do you do as a lawyer representing the public if you're trying to either support a project or oppose a project. So I'm going to look at my experience opposing projects as when I worked for the Natural Resources Council of Maine primarily. One was a proposed widening of the Maine Turnpike. This was in the 1980s, where they wanted to take a section of the southern portion of the Maine Turnpike and convert it from 2 lanes to 3 lanes. You would think, like in Maine, like why do you need a wider turnpike? But it was a road that was facing, particularly on Friday and Sundays, when tourists were coming in and out of the state, heavy traffic volumes. Another proposal that I worked on when I was at the NRCM was the Hydro-Quebec transmission line. This was a proposal to bring power from Canada down through Maine and to Boston, and we opposed that line. And then a third project, major project, you've probably all heard of Bath Iron Works, a major shipbuilder in Bath, Maine. They wanted to fill a small footprint of wetlands to expand their a road to carry equipment from one section of the facility to another. And then, as I said, I've also worked on promoting. I haven't just opposed projects. I've promoted many clean energy projects, and including the Icebreaker Wind Project. And when I was in Maine, also served as the governor's co-chair of the Ocean Energy Task Force, so trying to promote expansion of not just offshore wind, but also tidal power in Maine. So, how do you promote that, and what is the public's role in that? And then, as I said, also as a decision maker when I was at the Public Utilities Commission and on local boards. So I want to talk about when is the public's input most helpful to government regulators? What ingredients make for effective public input? And what are your options if the, quote, deciders rule against you? So, first of all, I want to clarify that I'm focusing here on assuming that you are talking to regulators or legislators like the council or the state legislature, and you're lobbying, as opposed to talking to a friend of yours or a family member and trying to convince them, because I think they're very different audiences. So you have to know who your audience is. When I teach climate law and policy, I assign a book called Don't Even Think About It: Why Our Brains Are Hardwired to Ignore Climate Change. And it's a fascinating book. I highly recommend it. And one of the takeaways from the book is that facts really don't always matter. In fact, many times, your best approach to a climate denier or someone who is doubting climate science is to tell stories, is to talk about your personal experience. Don't inundate them with all the facts that show, that climate change is real, temperatures are rising with CO2 concentrations, but approach it in a very different way. But I'm not talking about that audience here. I'm talking about the audience of a regulatory board, a city council, a state legislature. So there, I believe facts do matter. And so you need to have the facts that are going to support your position. Strength in numbers also can help, especially if you have a diverse coalition. For those who were here earlier, the labor and environment talk was very notable, I think, because it really emphasized that having not just the environmental group go in front of the agency, but having labor, having other, having health workers, low income, whatever, business particularly, really diverse coalitions really can help get move the needle. Also, if you have support from elected officials or other members of the community who are opinion leaders and are respected, that can help. You also have to have staying power. Some of these cases that I mentioned that I'm talking about here today, from the wetlands case, the transmission line, the turnpike widening, Icebreaker, obviously very notable, took years, in some cases almost a decade, for decisions to be rendered. So you can't assume that you're going to come in with win and leave. You have to have staying power. Okay, so I have 4 ingredients for good public, what I consider to be good public input, and I've given you some examples of what I would say good and not so good. So first, be factual and objective. And an example of that, widening the main turnpike will not reduce traffic congestion over the long term. Numerous studies show that widening roads simply invites more vehicle travel. And I thought the best quote of the whole proceeding is like letting out your belt to fight obesity. And we know that from all over the world, that you can't widen a road and expect that you're going to build your way out of traffic congestion. Ohio has obviously tried it. It hasn't worked here either. We've so overbuilt the roads. Don't get me started. It's ridiculous. Okay. Or you could have, your public input being the widening is stupid. Well, what's a decision maker supposed to do with the widening is stupid? No facts there. Forget that. So, okay, be factual and objective. So provide scientific evidence and studies rather than opinion, sort of dovetailing on the last one. taking this example from the wind project. Dozens of analyses have shown that the impact of wind turbines on birds that show that they are not a significant contributor to bird mortality, or giving an opinion that cats will kill more birds than wind turbines. Not real helpful, even though it's true. Okay. When you can, if you can afford it, really important to engage experts. So when I worked for the Natural Resources Council, we always tried to have an expert who could present the evidence as to why filling a wetland or widening a road or building a transmission line is going to have an impact, what the specific impacts will be, so that you can present your case in a very factual, ironclad manner, as opposed to just coming in and saying, this is a bad idea. And then one that I think is really important, and we certainly, in all the cases that I've talked about, highlighted here, in the Hydro-Quebec case, we actually did a study showing that Maine utilities invested in energy efficiency and renewable energy in Maine, we would obviate the need for bringing in power from Hydro-Quebec at a lower cost and providing more jobs for people of the state of Maine. So having an alternative path forward. In the Bath Iron Works wetlands fill case, that case actually resulted in the state adopting wetland protection rules. So what came out of that case was not only an alternative where they were allowed to have some fill, but they had to do mitigation, but to come up with the whole rules based on the avoid, minimize, mitigate standard, which is now the wetlands standard for whenever someone wants to do a wetlands fill project. In the case of the turnpike widening, actually really interesting end result there. We lost our trying to fight the widening at the State Board of Environmental Protection level, but we actually took it to referendum. And we took the case to referendum, and we wrote a referendum question that would block the widening of the main turnpike, but at the same time go a step further and establish a state sensible transportation policy. And so it wouldn't just be ending it with blocking the turnpike, but it would apply now to all roads in the state of Maine. Before you could build a new road or widen a road, you had to look at less environmentally damaging alternatives, such as traffic management, traffic calming, peak hour pricing, things like that that are lower, have a lower environmental footprint and cost. And we actually won the referendum. It was a real David and Goliath fight. We were outspent 7-1 by the sand and gravel industry. The Turnpike Authority obviously fought it. The state fought it. But by some miracle, we won. And as a result of that, we were diametrically opposed, the environmental community and the sand and gravel crowd. And after the referendum passed, we proposed that we sit down with them, because the Sensible Transportation Policy Act needed to have rules adopted to implement it. We proposed an alternative dispute resolution type negotiated rulemaking, sat down with them and hashed out rules with them. Took almost a year to implement the Sensible Transportation Policy Act. So as Professor Robertson will tell you, the turnpike has now been widened, but it took, but we did get those state law that adopted this new environmentally friendly policy. So, okay, but let's say you're not successful. Your public input, you did all these things. but you still lose. So what do you do next? Well, you can appeal, but just remember that your chance of overturning an agency decision, if you're basing it on just factual evidence, is very small. If there's legal error, you will have a better chance of winning your appeal. You should evaluate, can you go to the city council or the state legislature or another body of government and see if you can get the law or policy changed so that you turn it into a win. And then, as I talked about, we talk about referendum. There have been attempts in Ohio, obviously, to take things to referendum. Some have been successful, some haven't. Very time-consuming, very expensive project. You have to really do a lot of front work to know whether you're going to have a good chance of winning before you undertake it. So to summarize, based on what I've seen, and it certainly is just a very small slice of the whole pie, those are what I think are the ingredients for providing good public input, and when I think it's very important, it's very important and can move the needle. So, thank you.
Great.
Should I? Okay. I'm going to hit escape. Nope. I'll hit it again. I'll just turn off the screen.
Yeah, and then we'll fix it.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. Thanks, Beth. Okay, so my colleague Mark Bank and I are going to try to pull all this together a little bit. Councilman Slife started out giving us the commenting system in Cleveland at City Council, and one of the takeaways I got from that was some of the comments are garbage, right? Some of them are garbage, and Professor Nagusky sort of gave us an example of the same thing, like how some examples of comments that are garbage and some that are effective. You didn't, but I'm using it. I'm holding on to it. Okay, so she told us to be thoughtful, and gave some hints for how to do a good job with commenting and provide comments that are not garbage. We're going to put this in context here, both in the context of Ohio and in the context of renewable energy permitting. And I'm going to just start with a little bit of background. Many of you may know that in recent years, the Ohio legislature has made it both increasingly and comparatively difficult to site and build energy development projects if those projects will generate power from wind or from the sun. With respect to oil and gas, we had serial amendments to the Ohio's oil and gas law in the 2000s that concentrated authority for permitting, siting, locating, all of that for oil and gas projects in a state agency, the Ohio DNR, Division of Oil and Gas Resources Management. And this concentration of authority in the state, along with legislated preemption of local control, made it effectively impossible for local governments to reject or influence oil and gas derived energy development projects. So with this state facilitation, oil and gas projects flourished. In contrast, the Ohio legislature recently handed local jurisdictions essentially veto authority over wind and solar development projects, an authority, as I just mentioned, that local jurisdictions do not have for oil and gas projects. Under the new law, local governments can veto specific wind and solar projects, and they can create restricted areas that effectively act as bans. Once this law passed, we saw misinformation flooding into areas where wind and or solar development projects were ultimately banned. This comes from SB 52, also required local hearings and local county approval prior to Ohio Power Siting Board approval, and added local officials to the OPSB for these cases. So thus shifting the balance of power for those kinds of decisions to local governments. So one thing I've been thinking of, along with Mark, is how do we overcome the advantage that the Ohio legislature has handed to oil and gas energy development projects over those projects that would be fueled by renewable energy. And one of the things we've been thinking about is if the agencies that permit renewable energy development projects can be pushed to decide permitting questions based on real concerns or remaining concerns, that is the non-garbage types of concerns, that is those concerns that are neither debunked by fact nor resolved by permit conditions, rather than having those agencies relying on the volume of local voices. Like the question is, could that result help overcome the comparative advantage over renewable energy projects that oil and gas projects have been given by the Ohio legislature? So thinking about last year, the OPSB heard evidence on a Fraser Solar company's request for a certificate that was a precursor to further permitting on the Fraser's application for to build a solar farm in Knox County. Now, whether a project is entitled to this certificate depends on a number of criteria. Many of them are very technical, but the factor that we focused on, and I'll give you the context for that in a minute, was a factor that says that the decision maker has to consider public interest, convenience, and necessity. That is, does the public support or oppose a project? And critically, on what grounds do they base that support or opposition? And Ohio law gives these questions weight in the OPSB decision-making process. Now, the Ohio Environmental Council, to whom we thank all of us for being here, asked me, along with Mark, to think about this question about decision-making, about agency decision-making and how the agency should view public comment and the weight of public comment. So together, Mark and I looked at the comments from 3 public hearings. So we're looking at the actual public comment on an actual hearing having to do with the permitting of an actual proposed solar project. And what we wanted to do was figure out what are the factual issues, what's not garbage, right? What are the factual issues? And try to encourage the board to allow this project to go forward. And the way we did that was to try to sift the comments for them. And we essentially looked at, we categorized, and I'm going to let Mark talk about this, but we categorized all of the comments from 3 hearings worth of comments. And we looked at 2 main sources. That is the staff report that did a factual analysis of the situation, and the permit conditions that Fraser Solar would be held to. And we kind of tried to match them up and say, of all of these project opponents' concerns, which ones can we kind of wipe off the table by saying they're not real, right? Because they're counterfactual, or they're not remaining concerns because they've been dealt with by a permit condition. And our goal was to get the agency to stop focusing on the volume of concern, that is the number of opponents or how noisy they were, and instead focus on what was real and what was remaining in the concerns. And so my colleague Mark Bank is now going to talk about kind of how we did that. And I will tell you that in the end, the OPSB issued an order granting Fraser Solar the certificate that it needed, subject to the stipulations in the permit conditions and agreement. And, in its opinion, it noted that the arguments in opposition, and we're talking about these public comments, were largely debunked as counterfactual or were handled by the permit conditions, which is what we were hoping for. So exactly what we were hoping for. I'm going to turn this over to Mark and let him explain he's a data engineer, the more nitty gritty about how we did this, how we categorized it. And I will just say that kind of my next goal in terms of research is to think about what's real, this what's real and what's remaining question with respect to public involvement, and ask whether clarity in agency decision making, if we can push the agencies to consider the what's real and what's remaining, can we make any headway in Ohio to overcome Ohio's biases, legislative biases against renewable energy projects? So go ahead, Mark.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Okay. So thank you for introducing the research, Dr. Robertson. I will fly through some slides that do the same. But yes, so my background is I did 6 years in data analytics, background, like back-end engineering for healthcare. And I'm not a lawyer, I'm a law student. Don't construe anything as legal advice, but let's proceed. Okay, so familiar with the project here. It's a 120 megawatt solar powered electric generation facility, 840 acre footprint in Knox County. And the big ticket item is this certificate of environmental compatibility and public need. Application began back late 2023. And public hearings were scheduled in 2024 in spring. So there was one scheduled April 1st, 2024, and it went to almost midnight. So I think it was like a 7-hour kind of session, and they realized, well, we'll need some more. So they scheduled a couple more in May. And that sums up to, it was probably about 10 hours of public testimony on this. But this was kind of where I really geeked out. I was like, how do you tell what arguments are raised in that amount of time? I mean, that's a lot of lines in the transcript, hundreds of pages. So, and as Dr. Robertson mentioned, there's a number of requirements a project like this must meet, and the one that we're keying to is the public's interest, convenience, and necessity, which the Ohio Power Siting Board has kind of summarized as being the weighing of projected benefits of the project versus the negative impacts to the local community. Hence, I mean, public input is sure important to analyze. So a couple kind of key issues just around these forums, though. There's some debate over how much or who is allowed to speak at them. Obviously, local voices to the project can bring a lot more to the negative impacts that they're anticipating. But generally, anyone is allowed to speak to them. That includes, of course, the statewide benefits. I mean, we believe in climate change, so we feel it's a global issue. But another kind of interesting issue here is we'd frame it as is this a head count thing? Is this, how many people are in favor of it versus perhaps could it be more of a debate? And I think just by the nature of the fact people can speak for 5 minutes, you're not really voting here. So it seems like a pretty firm basis to do the kind of research that we drilled into. Although, I think public hearings tend to bring out a bias toward the negative position. So if you were to stop at just a ballot box treatment, you'd look at head count and you'd say, they don't really favor this project here. So the Ohio Power Siting Board does have language kind of around this, like this is certainly an attribute you still explore. So the volume can't be completely neutralized, but the volume, it has to be like overwhelmingly opposed or something to that effect. And actually there is some channeling of your elected representatives if all local representatives essentially have opposed it with like official measures. That might nix the project, but so as I said, there were 3 hearings, and this is essentially the work that we set about to do. We wanted to know, analyzing all this human speech, what arguments were raised and how often, and their nature as to whether or not they were garbage. We phrased it, a little bit differently in what was filed as expert testimony. I'm going to just, for time, skip over the ultra nerdy stuff. But, talk to me afterwards, because it's a very challenging project. It's an iterative project to derive all the arguments in a reasonable way. I mean, there's like a granularity to it. You want to have, we'll get into it outside. But it's probably a ripe area for AI to do some of that legwork, because you don't want to just pitch a research assistant for a month into the mire. Not everyone has a research assistant like that, so. But this was the result of that exercise was a spreadsheet just with tons and tons of arguments raised and standardized values to say, okay, now that we've read through maybe 15 of them, we're starting to understand this is how we should classify this type of statement. But so one of the first outputs of this, and this is stuff that you can see in the case docket, we filed information to this, is the number of arguments raised and the unique number of arguments. So once you standardize them, this is kind of the benefit of that, is that you can say, hey, this might have been said a whole bunch, but really it's kind of the same thing getting repeated. And so you're able to kind of neutralize the volume to some extent and then discuss it on its merits, on its factual merits. So this is kind of how we did it. Dr. Robertson, you spoke to this, but we were essentially looking to see if arguments were refutable or irrefutable, and if they were refuted. So we developed 4 classes. One was facts do not support. These were when evidence on the record refuted refutable arguments. And that's essentially the same as addressed by project conditions. There's just like a subtle difference between kind of why is that non-factual, your argument. What we've seen a good deal of is subjective opinion is simply, you can't refute that. Someone just has an inherent preference for something, and that's their argument. Professor Nagase, you mentioned there was like an argument at the bottom of one of your slides that was like, I don't like these. There's a lot of that. And then lastly, there were unaddressed arguments. These are ones that we did not find refutation for. So we're essentially saying, hey, these might carry, in your opinion. So that resulted in, this is essentially the key diagram of the research, what we filed with the board. So we found that actually half of all the total real arguments were essentially non-factual, which is a symptom of, all the money fueled against kind of the solar project, we would say. And a lot of the arguments were also just addressed by project stipulation. And I think timing-wise, I can't recall if that might have come after the public hearing, is the stipulated agreement with Fraser Solar and a number of other parties that specified some new requirements. So the public's concerns were essentially at that point were saying they were addressed. But a few did indeed carry. Like one example would be, hey, this is going to kick up quite a bit of dust during the construction, and we couldn't find anything against that, for instance. So we're going to be co-authoring a paper on this and looking into how AI can be steered toward doing this sort of work so that it's more manageable, because time is precious. But AI it's an interesting beast. We have some ideas on how we can wrangle it. It sure gives answers, gives them quite readily, but that's not enough. You kind of need them to be accurate. So it helps to kind of do this manually first. It reminds me a little bit in math class when a teacher's like, after the test, you can start using the calculator. So we've learned the fundamentals going through it, and we're gonna now press the calculator buttons, except your calculator can lie to you. So that's interesting. With that, I think we're going to turn it over to questions to the panel.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. I'm going to throw a quick question out at the audience before I let you guys ask questions, and that is how many of you, with just a quick show of hands, how many of you here today have ever submitted a public comment, either in writing or in person? Okay, good. Excellent. Just what I was hoping for. Now you can ask questions. Kathy?
So arguably, the work that you and Mark did ought to be done routinely by the regulators.
Yeah.
Do you envision that one could use a similar method either in appeals of other cases that might be pending to say, hey, you guys messed up on this? Because there were some appeals where there were arguments raised that said you only counted the number, you didn't look at the merits. But do you see a use for this perhaps in appeals in the future, or as a way maybe to pressure the agency to be doing some of this work?
I certainly hope so, Kathy. I mean, absolutely. The more we can, I think if, as Mark suggests, we can. Should we repeat? I don't think it's been.
My question was basically.
No, I was asking if we should repeat it on mic.
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
For the people that can't hear me.
Oh. The question was whether the same analysis could be useful in appeals, right? When appeals of agency decisions. Or pushing the agency to change the way it analyzes public comment and makes decisions. I mean, my hope is, that is obvious, of course, our hope. And if you take and I think that Mark's point on finding a way to have AI help with it, because as he said, not everybody has a research assistant or such a good one, to do some of the legwork on this. And the agencies certainly don't have that kind of staff power. If AI could help make that possible, that it's done more routinely. Maybe it's a hopeful tool. And of course, like I said, my next step is to see whether using that tool can help change, push the tide the favor that the legislature's given to oil and gas to reduce that somewhat, if it could be a tool for that. Did you want to say anything? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll say our fingers are crossed. That's what we're hoping for. So I'm taking an innovations in law course right now, and this is going to be part of how we have time.
I'm not teaching that one.
No, but we'll be looking at how we can deploy this and see it hopefully take effect kind of anywhere that we can, anywhere the public voice is so voluminous that it's confusing, and that's
Right, or that volume, or that volume outweighs quality, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I am a professor at Capital Law School, so.
Hi.
And I'm teaching a course called Justice Advocacy, and I'm very interested in telling my students different ways of achieving justice. So I'm a little rusty on my administrative law. So I saw from here, at Cleveland, it's not required to have public comment, but you do anyways. So at the local, state, and federal level, do you have a very short, big picture framework of how many layers you can do public comment at? So if you're changing a law at the state level, like what agent, like every agency, or I'm trying to get a sense of how I tell them how they could get involved.
Okay, if anybody wants this for me, okay. It is. What I'm going to say is it's the classic, it depends, but at the federal level, the Administrative Procedure Act imposes notice and comment requirements on agency decision-making. State agencies are subject to the same sort of requirements. And I guess with the local agencies, I'm just not sure.
Right, so that's interesting. Why don't you?
Okay.
So a nuance I should have said, having like a open-ended public comment period is not required for us. However, there is, like, when we do zoning legislation, our charter does require that there is a public comment period, not necessarily at our main meeting, but at the committee meeting where we address zoning legislation. So I guess there is a nuance that it can't, perhaps the answer is that it varies based on what the legislation or the regulation is versus just an open-ended, the beginning of a PUCO meeting and allowing for broad open public comment. So what City Council instituted was a broad open-ended public comment period. There are limited instances where public comment was required, or a public forum is required by law. People don't always avail themselves of it. In our case, that had been just limited to zoning legislation.
I think it depends on what's being done, right? If they're it depends on what the body or agency is doing, whether it is required to have public input.
Well, I think it's interesting the different forms that public input agencies will employ to get. For example, the federal agencies in the NEPA process for the Icebreaker Wind Project have a public scoping meeting. So they have we had all our experts with posters in a big room, and the public comes to the room and writes, can talk to the experts and then writes down comments, and the agency has to address their comments. But there's never a hearing where people, are the typical hearing where there's a mass of public and people can get up, and that technique to solicit public comment, for purposes of trying to avoid people getting up on soapboxes and just, spouting off opinions rather than facts. And so I think, agencies have take different tacks in how they solicit public comment, but I think they all are looking to solicit public comment, and because of the Administrative Procedure Act and just public perception, people feel people need an opportunity to be heard in some form.
I think that some, at one point is it's not always necessarily public comment, but it's public involvement or public engagement in some way. And sometimes public engagement is not just an opportunity for the agencies to kind of figure out what kind of opposition exists for their project, but also to educate, right? I brought a bunch of students to that session, that poster session, which was amazing. The agency was, as Beth said, they had the experts in with posters on their issues, and the public, anybody, my students, could go around and say, well, what's this? Talk to me about this bat and bird study, and what does it say, and should I be worried about bats and birds with the big windmills? And in getting public engagement that way, it really was a two-way street, right? They were, and it was I think a really excellent way for the agency to hear from the public, because it was actually a more informed public. Trent.
Yeah. So, as someone who represents supporting landowners in Fraser and a bunch of those other cases, I really do love the idea of like using the technology to get sift through the litter box.
Another way of saying garbage.
However, I've also been in a position where trying very hard to have the agencies listen to what the public that I represent needs to see, including on the other side of that same building where the Public Utilities Commission gets tons of comments. I'm thinking of a case that the Columbia Gas had where they said, we're going to get rid of all of our energy efficiency programs that save people money, and then we're going to put together a fixed charge that will cost you more money just before you even turn on your gas. And tons of public comments saying, here's my story, and this is why I can't pay my bills now, and now you want me to no longer save money, but pay you more money. And the agencies saying, I don't care what you say. Can you utilize what you're doing on the flip side, where going through the technology and using that to show, here are the sifting through to get the actual stories. To show
So that's a hard one, Trent. That's a really great point. Really great point. It's a hard one because Mark sort of alluded to it. I'm going to let him talk in a second. Is categorizing these comments was the hardest part. Is to figure out, if I were to take one of those comments, is that fact? Is that opinion? Is that where do I put that? Right? And it would be the challenge would be coming to some kind of consensus about how to categorize comments like that, and then to teach the AI how to do it. So you go ahead.
Well, I do think that, that's essentially a weight, that's a coefficient on the argument, is what you're saying is this many people said it. And our argument before Fraser was, please ignore the coefficient, essentially, because it was basically a non-factual type of argument. But that's not non-factual, and then you can certainly say, in fact, the coefficient is substantive to the argument being raised. You're harming this many people. So, yes, I think we're kind of going towards something more general, hopefully, depending on some research, but so that we can better arrive at standardized arguments and then apply it to sort of any number of cases, any number of ways.
Well, I think okay, so with that, I think we are out of time, and I'd love to join me in thanking our panelists and thanks all of you. If you have questions, we'll stick around.
We will have our closing session here in Saxby in about 15 minutes about the House Bill 6. There are more snacks outside if people would want anything. A light snack, a coffee, maybe a little coffee, maybe a lot. Yeah, we're not to be trusted. I was sitting there, I was like, I should do it again. All I say is, we don't mess around about food. Come to your house. Really good. I mean, they were kind of self-regulated, but they've got through both their podcasts.
Thank you. Yeah. I'm going to listen in. Thank you.
Oh, not again.
Just barely even kind of touched on it because it was like really coming to light as the hearings were happening. But like, that's definitely something. I mean, we're here for. Yeah, so I mean, that's.
Angela, thank you for joining us. That handout that you provided, we gave it, we put it in a folder for all the attorneys.
Because you're always like, what was that case? And it takes forever to find it. I'm gonna just jump.
The other sessions, they're transitioning down now, so we'll get started.
And there's coffee.
There might be coffee. Law students scavenge.
You know, it's funny every time I've said because when deaf information is my most, I don't think they do it, which is a shame. All 3 years, they instituted free
That's dangerous.
No, actually, everybody from the but then what would happen? We'd all stand around and we'd talk about either us, which just came out of the class we were going into. And, you know, really, she just wanted like great fishes. And that was like the free coffee. And I would just that was the best thing. Yeah, no, yes. Plus, we had a lot of we got half the quarters from the laundry machine and half the quarters from the service.
I know you might have. Where do you see it going? I guess.
Don't laugh, Angela.
Okay, I'm only a doctor. I'm only a doctor when I'm friends with PhDs trying to say that a degree is.
And all of a sudden,
and then I'm like, I'm a doctor too. Yeah, I know. I know.
you know? How's it going? You've been on these cases, I can't remember.
Okay, I didn't think so, but. John Finnegan is, right? I just know he was in the briefcase, and I thought he was trying to. Yeah, because we represent Yeah. It's hard when he has the around that's right. I was talking to Kim Waker about it during the conversation. Told Kathy, stop talking about this. And she goes, well, she's like, you're talking about why we still are talking about it. And I'm like, right, you got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was, 1 second.
So I just like.
I'll also tell you a funny joke.
It's on.
Push and it's on, okay.
You're in charge.
It's 2:30, let's start.
You're in charge, I'm just hanging out on the stage. No, you're in charge. Don't let Chris do that to you.
I mean, I have 2:30. What time are we supposed to start? Huh? Right.
What's the first one you went to? You weren't here all day, right? Yeah. Okay, I thought you, yeah. What was the first session you went to, Kenny?
Oh, the first session was
labor.
I'm gonna go make Jordan. I'm gonna make sure there's no one else like lingering in the hall.
I have your candid, so I was just. Caveat with the mics, you're a loud talker, you're good to just pull it close. If you're kind of a quiet talker, kind of really try to lean into the mic because they're quieter connection.
Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I was like, I don't think I need it too close to me.
Okay, we're going to get started with our closing session for the day. Thank you guys for being here. I know it's a long day, a lot of intelligent conversation. So I'm going to introduce our House Bill 6 panel, which we are so excited to have with us. In the middle here, we have Kathy Ann Kowalski. She is a journalist, and you guys can seek out their full bios in the program that you have with you because they have beautiful accolades. And then we also have Randy Lepla, who's the director of the Environmental Law Clinic at Case Western Reserve University. And then we have Angela O'Brien, who came in specially for this, who is the Deputy Consumers Counsel at Ohio's Consumers Council. So I'm going to hand it off to them and then start thinking about questions because we will open up the floor.
Okay. Thank you all for being here and for hanging out. I know some of you started crazy early this morning. So House Bill 6. House Bill 6 was a 2019 law, but the genesis for it actually started roughly 5 years before that when Ohio lawmakers tried to dial back the state's energy efficiency and renewable energy standards. What happened was a freeze of those for 2 years and a weakening of the standards. There were then efforts to try to get rid of those entirely, while there were also efforts going on to subsidize 2 1950s era coal plants that were not producing a profit, and efforts to try to subsidize 2 nuclear power plants that were formerly owned by First Energy. Those efforts were not successful until 2019. And all of a sudden, at the end of March, we have this bill introduced. It zooms through the House. It's then in the Senate. It goes back to the House. And, the budget bill was being held up until this gets passed in July. It gets signed within hours by Governor DeWine, and Lieutenant Governor Husted had been a big cheerleader for it. Then it turns out the following summer, while we're all in quarantine, we find out that apparently the then Speaker of the House, Larry Householder, and people from First Energy and a variety of other alleged co-conspirators, most of whom wound up pleading guilty, but a former head of the Ohio Republican Party was also convicted with Householder. We found out that they had basically spent they'd taken about $60 million in money from First Energy and other parties to basically push this through, and then to protect it from a referendum effort, which is a constitutional right Ohioans have to challenge legislation and say, no, we want to vote on it, we don't want to do this. Basically, $60 million, passed and protected this while making Householder Speaker of the House and, basically kind of giving them everything they'd wanted that I talked about before that they weren't able to get separately. We also found out subsequently, in connection with the whole thing, there was another $4 million or so that went from First Energy to a gentleman named Sam Randazzo shortly before he was named head of the Public Utilities Commission. And, Randazzo played a role in steering this law through the legislature and then in pretty much defending it and slow walking cases to review it and shaping the regulatory response. So that's the background. And first, I want to direct all of your attention to your folders. There is an incredible outline that the Ohio Consumers Counsel's office and Angela put together, which summarizes it's not 3-ring circuits, it's probably 6-ring circus that we have had of legal outfall from this. But, I want to just get the conversation started with, Randy, why, as my grandkids would say, I was a preschooler then. Why should I care about this now?
So I can continue to talk about it, I feel like. I've been doing this for like 5 years with Kathy. I'm kidding. But in all honesty, I know this has been, quite a long time. Actually, how many people had heard about House Bill 6? Yeah, I always like to ask because really some people haven't, and it's really important for us to all know for lots of reasons. The first of which is why we should still be talking about this is government, good government, right? We have, through this whole thing, as Kathy was just saying, we had corruption at our state house all the way up to the Speaker of the House. While no one in the governor's office has, been tagged with this, there are lots of suggestions and worries that there was something going on with Lieutenant Governor Husted and Governor DeWine. PUCO oversight has been corrupted, as she mentioned, with Sam Randazzo getting his fingers in this and causing problems both at the Public Utilities Commission, at the Ohio Power Siting Board. If you were in here for the last one, we talked a little bit about LEEDCO and the Icebreaker project. That is also tied back to Sam Randazzo, the delay on that. And then reforming campaign finance. This is a huge democracy problem. We have completely gerrymandered basically every level of government we have at this point, and Ohio is a really, really horrible example. There's actually another effort to redistrict further and to make this even worse in the state of Ohio. So those are just, very basic components. But then there's accountability, right? First Energy, as you can see from this amazing set of cases and the outline of all of these, there are so many legal components still going on from something that happened five plus years ago, I should say. So First Energy is the poster child for why this is such a big deal. And they still haven't been fully held accountable for this, right? There have been some convictions, there have been some payouts, there have been some, ways to hold them accountable, but it wasn't just the company, right? This is part of the problem with this stuff. The company has plenty of money, right? You get a drop in the bucket if it's $230 million, right? This is about holding the people that were responsible for these decisions at the corporation accountable. And this is really important because if we don't have this accountability, this won't serve as a deterrent. People will continue to do this. If you read more about this, it's only gotten worse. With campaign finance, there's more money being shuttled into dark money groups, C4s. This is a real problem for democracy, and the accountability component to let people know that stuff like this is not okay and will be held accountable. We're just not there yet, right? So we can't forget about this because that hasn't been fixed. Environmental components, for those in the room, obviously we're all environmentalists. As Kathy was talking about, our energy efficiency standards are gone. This is one of the most problematic aspects of this, in my opinion. We are seeing rising energy costs, rapidly rising energy costs. And that has, that's been going over the whole time this is happening, but we're gonna see wild increases coming up. And so when we can't even have efficiency programs to help us reduce our consumption, we're in a really bad place. And over and above that, right, the legacy coal plants that we talked about, we finally got those pieces repealed that were in House Bill 6 through House Bill 15 that passed earlier this year. But those were on the books for a long time, and we didn't get refunds for that, right? So that's a problem.
And they still want some more money.
And they still want more money, so they'll probably get it, right? Because that's the situation we have here in Ohio. Another component of this, the federal collapse we're seeing right now around all of this is just making things worse in Ohio when we don't try and fix these things. So it's a real problem. And then the final issue, I would say, and I'll, shuttle this back over to Angela because this is more her area, but that's our money. We paid that utility to take care of our energy. The public utilities approved all of those charges, and we don't have them back in our pockets. So, but I'll let Angela talk about that one.
Yeah, so you've got a bunch of, quote, House Bill 6 related cases, which are very narrow and kind of piecemeal, and then rate making, and then an electric security plan, rider case. So from your perspective, what do you see as kind of like issues for First Energy, and then like juggling the balls? How is this going to affect the ability to protect consumers going ahead?
Sure. Of course, there's so many different components to this, and I joined just a little bit about my background. I joined the Office of the Ohio Consumers Council in 2019, right when all of this was kind of coming to fruition. And I'm not originally from Ohio. I moved here from Chicago. My family did. So I was actually very surprised that someone could outdo corruption, Illinois corruption. But I won't talk about that. But there are so many different issues. We've literally been working on House Bill 6 issues since I joined the Office of the Ohio Consumers Council. So what certainly rates. Randy mentioned the ability for consumers to get refunds. OCC is out there fighting for consumers to get refunds from some of these, from some of the fallout from House Bill 6. For example, we currently have what's known as an Electric Security Plan 4 that First Energy is currently operating under. And for those who don't know what an Electric Security Plan is, it is a vehicle through the former 2008 energy law that allowed electric utilities to provide a market rate offer to consumers through an electric security plan, which basically allowed them to add single issue riders for various things like grid modernization and distribution investment and things like that. And through those single issue vehicles, they can charge consumers millions and millions and millions of dollars. So one of the issues that we are working on now that is part of the fallout from the House Bill 6 scandal is whether or not First Energy should be allowed to continue operating under its fourth electric security plan. prior to the enactment of House Bill 15, which has kind of done away with electric security plans, which is a good thing, First Energy had filed for an electric security plan number 5. Because the law allowed them to withdraw from that plan because the PUCO modified it, they were allowed by the PUCO to reinstate Electric Security Plan 4. Well, what difference does that make, really? Well, it makes a difference because Electric Security Plan 4 was approved under a PUCO that was at the time led, it was actually at the time influenced by the former PUCO chair, Samuel Randazzo. Now, at the time, he was acting as an attorney for industrial energy users of Ohio, but also, as we've come to find out, was also working with First Energy, unbeknownst to most everyone. And Electric Security Plan 4 was approved because what we later came to learn was a side deal, was an illegal side deal. So it was approved kind of with that background. So from OCC's perspective, we take the perspective of two things. One, Electric Security Plan 4 shouldn't be allowed to be operated under because, for one thing, we just think it's flat out illegal under the plain terms of the law, and we currently have that issue pending on appeal at the Ohio Supreme Court. But also because it's the product of an illegal side deal. And that, the PUCO shouldn't have allowed First Energy to reinstate an electric security plan. That was basically what we feel a product of fraud on the tribunal, on the PUCO. So that is just one issue. Then coming out of that, First Energy just wrapped up a recent rate case, which is asking for increases in charges to consumers, obviously. And there's the looming question, well, First Energy had this money to pay bribes to Larry Householder, has money for the deferred prosecution agreement, all the penalties, and now they're again coming after consumers to pay increased rates. And also there's the question, one of the issues that came out of House Bill 6, one of the favors that Sam Randazzo did for First Energy was he eliminated the requirement to come in for a 2024 rate case. And why that's important, because at the time, First Energy thought that that rate case would actually reduce rates for consumers. They were basically allowed to operate under ESP4, which guaranteed them certain profits. So coming in for a rate case in 2024 was expected by First Energy to result in a drastic reduction in rates to consumers. Well, if there was going to be a reduction in rates to consumers, why is there now a rate case where First Energy is asking for millions and millions and millions of more dollars? So those issues were issues that we advocated for within the rate case. That, and also, how should First Energy be held accountable? What types of forfeitures should they have to pay as a result for participating in this scheme? OCC advocated that they should pay large forfeitures. They should have a reduction in their return on equity to make up for this fact. So the PUCO hasn't ruled on that, so we will see how that comes out. In the meantime, we have other pending cases which were litigated earlier this year. They were discrete cases related, discrete PUCO investigations related to House Bill 6, dealing with corporate separation violations, charitable contributions. Should consumers be paying for this? No, they shouldn't be paying for charitable contributions that go to bribe to a C4 that goes to bribe Larry Householder. So there's just any number of issues that are arising out of this. We deal with ex parte issues. One of the issues that we had in the litigation, and this wasn't within the First Energy rate case or the ESP4, but First Energy Solutions at the time was looking to get an aggregation certificate to become certified as a competitive retail electric supplier and aggregator. So under that, what we found was, and I was actually working the case at the time, and it was the strangest thing, because we had all this evidence that there were corporate separation violations. We intervened in the case. We were able to manage to get the PUCO to suspend the automatic approval of their certificate to do that. However, the PUCO ended up just pushing that certificate through for them, and we couldn't understand. Well, we don't why. How can they do this? In the staff report, if you go back and look at the staff report, it was literally like a 1-paragraph staff report, and then the PUCO relied wholly on that staff report for their order approving the certificate. So this was all very confusing at the time. Well, since come to find out, since the House Bill 6 scandal broke, you now have all this evidence of these ex parte communications going back and forth between First Energy, the PUCO chair, the former PUCO chair, about pushing that certificate through. Now, fortunately, we were able to appeal that PUCO decision to the Ohio Supreme Court, and we got a favorable ruling on appeal. But these are just a ton of these are the issues that we deal with. It literally takes so much resources of the agency to go after the corruption and the additional charges that are being put on consumers. And it really, it's amazing to think about. And Randy also mentioned the 2 coal plants, the OVEC plants. That was also a part of House Bill 6. For those who don't know, the OVEC plants are 2 coal-fired plants. One of them is in Indiana, the other one's in Ohio. And these are coal plants that are all joint, are owned by several different utilities. And before House Bill 6, the PUCO allowed the utilities to basically allow them to charge consumers to subsidize the inefficient operation of these plants. House Bill 6 codified by law.
And just for context, for AEP, AES, Dayton Power and Light, and Duke Energy, the regulators had said, okay, no problem, we'll let you pass through the OVEC plant charges. We didn't have that up in the First Energy area, but the Consumers Council had a case pending before the Ohio Supreme Court saying, hey guys, this is unlawful. This is not allowed under Ohio law. So hence the effort to try to get it codified.
Yeah, so it was ultimately codified in House Bill 6, which allowed the utilities to, and First Energy still collects for it. They just really don't get the money back because they no longer have the ownership interest stake in the OVEC plants. But in any event, this is hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars charged to consumers to subsidize inefficient coal plants that simply would not be operating if they were operated by a merchant in a competitive market. They're basically bid into the market on a must-run basis, which means they keep operating constantly, regardless of whether it makes economic sense to run them. So fortunately, that aspect of House Bill 6 has been removed.
And Angela, can I
Yeah.
the other
Yeah, go
problem,
ahead.
I just mentioned the federal government kind of collapse we're seeing around environmental regulations, and we're seeing the Trump administration actually ordering coal plants to stay open, and that's an interaction that's way beyond anything we've ever seen with the federal government interfering in state-based, energy policy. One of the ones I know about was in Michigan, and it was a 90-day, and then it got extended again. So on top of that, now we're seeing this in Ohio. So, we haven't been ordered that I'm aware of, but I worry about that all the time. I can just see the next, round of that.
Right, and then likely going in and saying, oh, hey, we need this, it's not our, even though, well, they've already arguably committed to running them through 2040, but yeah.
But in any event, this is like hundreds of millions charged to consumers, and this is money that will not be refunded to consumers. Even, unfortunately, the law as it is in Ohio prohibits retroactive rate making. What does that mean? That means even if a charge is held to be illegal, consumers you don't get the refunds. So, which is profoundly unfair. So, yes, it's an issue. And what we find is this is just the corruption, the passing through of charges to consumers. These are all issues that we try to combat.
And that brings up sort of moving forward, there's kind of two issues I'd like both of your input on. One is kind of the general issue of regulatory capture, right? That we've sat in, like all of us have sat in hearings at the PUCO or watched proceedings on their YouTube channel, and there's this clear sense of deference to utilities that comes through. On the one hand, yes, they have the expertise in how to run a utility. Yes, they have a lot of experts. Yes, they bear the burden of proof. But there also seems to be this reluctance to have a broader, this reluctance to hear competing evidence, or even this almost vision where, you know, it's like we will look at very specific aspects of this issue rather than do a broad investigation into what is the problem of corruption here, what should we be doing, or even after former Chair Randazzo's role was revealed, you know, should we be doing a deeper dive into who else at the PUCO may have been involved, or what could have enabled this, because arguably no commissioner should be acting by fiat. So I guess, you know, but I'd welcome both of your views on like what you think should be done, and even if the legislature isn't doing something, any strategies for how to approach this.
Yeah, I mean, Kathy just talked about, you know, the really extreme version of this when you have the chair of the Public Utilities Commission complicit in decision-making that's happening.
This is Ohio.
Yeah, this is Ohio. I shouldn't be surprised, right? But this is, you know, that's like the most extreme example, but regulatory capture is very real in almost every agency, and it's especially bad in an agency with such difficult, complex topics like energy. You know, I don't know about you guys, but I always felt like, you know, we're 10 steps behind the utility already when a hearing goes, because they've already been working on this in the back, and they do have that expertise, right? But they also are the ones that stand to make money from it. So there's a little bit of a dichotomy there, right? And when you have staff, right, they look at this, they also have some internal expertise, of course, but they come up with a staff report, right? And then they say, you know, these things need to change, we support these things, we don't support these things. So staff's already taken a crack at this, and then you're arguing against both the things you find problematic in the utilities, you know, whatever they've proposed, and you're also fighting back against staff, right, on certain levels, because you don't necessarily agree with their staff report. So, you know, so you feel like you're behind the ball already in some of those cases. And then I will turn it over to Angela, because I'm sure she has thoughts on this. But you know, after that whole corruption scandal, there hasn't been any independent investigation of the PUCO. We don't know, like Kathy said, who else was involved in this. And we go to the same commission every time there's a case and argue sometimes, you know, the same things against the same folks and staff. And this isn't anything against them. This is really tough for them too, I'm sure, because the utility comes in here with the expertise. They're explaining things that are hard to understand, because there's, you know, 4 different utilities in the state of Ohio that are, you know, shareholder driven. So, you know, I just think it's really tough, and there really needs to be some deep, number one, I think there definitely needs to be this independent investigation. And 2, we have to think of rules that break this system and let everybody that's got a stake in this have a real say in how we move forward, because again, these are our dollars.
Yeah, and that was, the independent investigation aspect was the thing that I was going to mention first and foremost. I mean, there has been no independent investigation by the PUCO internally to kind of get to the root of the problem, or the problems with the culture that allowed the former Chair Randazzo to basically take over the commission and work for First Energy. By contrast, for example, Ohio State, when the Larry Strauss issue came up, they hired an outside law firm to come do a deep dive into the issues. Nothing like that has been done at the PUCO. One area that there's so much. Another area that we've actually, OCC's been able to make a little bit of progress with the PUCO is, as Randy mentioned, the utilities have all of the information. They come into these cases, they have all the information to begin with. Agencies like OCC, Ohio Environmental Council, other stakeholders really are behind the 8 ball. They don't have the information. We have to try to get it through discovery. The PUCO staff works with the utility. They do their staff report. But what the problem is all of these cases are resolved through a settlement process where the PUCO staff actually acts on behalf of the PUCO in settling with the utility. Now, this is a problem because once a settlement is agreed upon and a deal is struck, whoever opposes that settlement is at a further disadvantage because the settlement standard is a very low bar. So oftentimes OCC will find itself on the outside of a settlement and we have to go litigate against that. And it's a really unfair process when you have the PUCO staff who gets to act as a party for purposes of a settlement, and they are basically acting on behalf of the PUCO. And so that is an issue in and of itself. Another problem that we had and that OCC has been fighting about more recently is the independent audits of the utility. This is a problem because a lot of times the PUCO will conduct annual audits of different riders or different costs to determine whether or not the costs were prudent and whether they should be disallowed. So basically, the utilities are allowed to charge consumers through these single issue riders. And, not anymore under House Bill 15, but you still have audits from prior years. So an auditor, what's supposed to be an independent auditor, will come in and work with the PUCO staff, but the PUCO staff will direct the audit. And what we've had issues with is instead of the auditor just gathering the information, making their own independent audit, they work in conjunction with the PUCO staff and actually the utility to go over what their findings are before the final audit report is filed on the public docket. Now, the theory is that they should be able to work with the utility so that the utility can identify confidential information or correct any sort of mathematical errors or correct those types of things. But what we found out is, and then we get this through public records requests because we can't do discovery on the PUCO staff. So agencies have to submit public records requests to the agency. So we get the draft reports. And what we found is that the utilities sometimes are able to influence the substantive findings of the auditor, which is a real problem. And that's been an issue. So for the past several cases, when the PUCO has ordered an independent audit, OCC has been advocating for a process where the auditor must do the independent audit, file the audit under seal on the public docket. Then people who have intervened and have negotiated appropriate protective agreements, everyone can look at it at once and then file comments on what may or may not be wrong. So that doesn't give the utility the sneak peek into the audit report and the opportunity to influence the auditor's decisions. So we've been arguing for that. We finally, in a First Energy audit case, we were successful. So the PUCO actually changed its process to require First Energy, or to require an auditor to file its final audit report on the docket under seal So everybody can look at it at once, and then the utility can go and make any sort of changes it needs, whether it be, oh, you need to take this out because this information is confidential, or this is not accurate, or these facts are not correct. So that, we've made a little bit of an inroad there. But yes, definitely, those are examples of how, the consumers are just all kind of victim to this. I mean, there's really not a whole lot they can do. And at the end of the day, many times costs are just passed off onto the consumers, so.
And there's also, when we're talking about accountability, one of the things that struck me for the short time I was at one of the House Bill 6 evidentiary hearings this summer was, sort of the difference between what should the penalty be if you're looking at this from a justice or deterrent point of view, or from a let's strictly apply the statute point of view, versus, again, this kind of tunnel vision perspective. And one example was that lawyers for the company were basically arguing, hey, PUCO, on this review of this particular rider, you should only be looking at the extent to which it may have made a difference in customer bills, whereas the evidence that was being introduced kind of showed this was used as got a questionable payment, run it through this account kind of thing, like almost as if one were money laundering, that kind of thing, like, payments to Randazzo's subsidiary were being run through that and all that. So I guess, do either of you have ideas on how to manage that going forward, or even how to get information on a more timely basis where, yes, even where there are discovery rules, you guys have gotten stonewalled for years, and we still don't have the First Energy internal investigation reports, which a court had said you did these for a non-legal purpose. You had to do these for your report for securities law compliance. So produce them, and that's pending before the Sixth Circuit. So how can we get the information? Because, when I was practicing environmental law for 15 years, I was always frustrated by trying to get information in discovery. And as a journalist, first for Energy News Network and then Canary Media, it drives me nuts when I can't get this stuff. So.
I have some thoughts. I mean, first of all, obviously with the utilities, we engage in a discovery process, and OCC is often criticized because we are very aggressive with our discovery of utilities in these matters, because again, the utilities hold all the information. They have all the cards. So as a practical matter, we have to. In a rate case, we need to get that information. And then we also hire our own outside consultants as well, as our budget allows. We operate under much smaller budget than the PUCO, or certainly we don't have the money that the utilities have. But in any event, so we have our regular discovery fights with the utilities. Typically, we're able to get information that we ask for from utilities. It's generally not an issue. Where I see the problem really is the fact that we have problems getting information from the PUCO. The PUCO staff is not subject to discovery because they are not under the PUCO's rules. They are not considered parties to any of their cases except for settlement purposes, as we discussed, which is also unfair. But we can't conduct discovery of the PUCO staff. So what does that mean? That means we have to go through a public records request process to try to get any information we want. For example, as I mentioned, audit reports. Routinely in any audit, we will send out a public records request for draft audit reports to see the drafts, what the auditor's been doing, the communications between the utility, the staff, and the auditor to try to determine if it's fair. You know, we have tremendous problems getting information we need. For example, I'll give First Energy as an example. First Energy provides information to the PUCO in response to staff data requests, PUCO staff data requests. They mark everything confidential. You know, this has been an issue for us where they just say, okay, it's coming out of our office. We think it's confidential. They mark it as confidential. It goes to the PUCO. We issue a public records request to the PUCO. They said, well, the information's confidential. We can't give it to you because First Energy marks it confidential. Just because First Energy says it's confidential doesn't necessarily mean it's actually confidential, right? You know, so there's that issue. And we as a public, as an agency, we're subjected to public records requests. I know because I have to intake them all, and
she's great at responding.
Yeah, and we have a duty under the law to respond within a reasonable time frame to provide stuff. We have the same issue. We get a lot of discovery from First Energy. It's all marked confidential. So I have to go back and say, I let First Energy know, hey, we got this public records request. We have a protective agreement with them that requires us to notify them, and then they have a certain amount of time they can seek protection of the documents or whatever. So, you know, we've worked out arrangements with them where they'll say, okay, well, this really isn't confidential and this can be produced, which, you know, is kind of a strange situation in and of itself, that they mark it confidential and say, oh, well, it's not really. But in any event, so we have to comply with those. But we're in a situation with the PUCO where our public records requests, we just can't get anything a lot of the times. It's very difficult for us to get things. And because of this problem, when the utilities will mark issues confidential, they'll say, well, you have to have a protective agreement in order to get this. A protective agreement, why do I need a protective agreement to get public information? That's doesn't make sense. So, you know, I think to the extent rules can be changed, and this is something we advocate for quite frequently, and we're not the only one who does it. I've seen other attorneys advocate for it too, or complain about the fact that the PUCO staff is just not subject to the regular discovery rules, yet they are allowed to act as a party for purposes of settlement in the proceedings. So that is our primary issue, aside from, you know, just our normal discovery practice with the utilities.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say there's got to be rule reform. Very unsuccessful to date, despite trying that. I mean, just think about being in a case where you can't do discovery on a party you're fighting. That's insane. I mean, it just defies logic of, you know, litigation and hearing space. And this is a fight against our own government, right? So I don't know. I think the only way that's going to get changed probably is through legislative action, which I don't really have a lot of faith in under the current situation we're in. So, you know, it comes back to like this being a democracy issue, both at the legislature and at our agency level. And frankly, our politicians don't have a lot of willpower to do this. So, you know, I know Chris is probably excited right now because I'm talking democracy, but it's really important, you guys. I mean, going out and pushing your friends and family to vote for things they care about and to pay attention to these situations is one of the only ways we're actually going to fix some of these things. And I can just say on the discovery, you know, side of things, it's always tough to get stuff from staff. You know, it's not that it's tough, but sometimes when you ask for things from the utilities, they can mark it confidential, like Angela was saying, but they also can fight you if you disclose confidential information in different types of ways if they want. You know, and there's environmental, you know, coming from the environmental perspective rather than the consumer perspective. The other piece is that the environmental stuff often is just not taken seriously by the PUCO. It's like a side issue, right? They're like, well, we have to keep the lights on and we have to make sure, you know, the rates are stable. And those are really important, but part of that is reducing bills, and energy decisions and utility decisions impact the environment. And if we reduce some of that, we would be in better places, right? As consumers, as advocates, as environmentalists, as people breathing air, right? So some of these things are really problematic. And, Just as an example, the OEC did a wonderful report. They submitted, their expert did a wonderful report in the first energy rate case that was tried this year. And it was about disparity. The information they were trying to convey is that there's disparity. There's environmental justice issues around where infrastructure is repaired and built out and substations, and where they don't take care of it is mostly environmental justice communities. So trying to get the PUCO to wrap their heads around that and make choices based upon that and the equity and making sure we're protecting all customers instead of just some customers is a really important thing. And I don't know how we do that when we have this fight with staff to get things where we don't think the PUCO is listening to us, and when they're not taking everything to account that actually impacts ratepayers in the state of Ohio. So it's sort of a tangential but also related.
Well, and even on that, First Energy's response was, that has nothing to do with this case.
But it does.
But it does, right? Because you're asking people to pay rates. Before we open it for questions from the audience, one question I would like to throw out to each of you is, we still have a rule of law. And
in theory.
In theory, we still have this idea of precedent. So from your viewpoint, what precedent do you see coming out of any of the House Bill 6 cases, criminal, civil, regulatory, whatever, that you think is either particularly good or bad as you think of your practices going forward?
I can address that. I don't know if there's a specific precedent. I personally have noticed that even though, we still work hard to advocate at the PUCO, I feel like we're getting a little bit more traction. I think there's a little bit more of an awareness with the PUCO that it can't be business as usual as it was. So I think that's just kind of an overall culture shift a little bit. Now, I'm not saying it's perfect or it's been a 180, but little things I've noticed. For example, the little wins that we get, like I mentioned, with the audit reports. Just getting the PUCO to accept a process where an audit report is publicly filed for the first time, but on the public docket, but filed under seal, so everybody can look at it, all stakeholders can look at it for once at the first time. And then, the utility at that time can come back and make changes. That, I think, is a big deal in my perspective. Also, other little things, for example, and this doesn't relate necessarily to the First Energy utilities, but I think it's indicative of kind of more an awareness to be open and working with other stakeholders. The PUCO has a process with respect to competitive energy and natural gas suppliers, where if there are consumer complaints regarding, marketing or unfair soliciting marketing practices, things like that, the PUCO staff can work with that marketer off the public docket. And oftentimes they would enter into a settlement with the marketer and then file that on the public docket. And OCC has traditionally not been invited to advocate for consumers in that part of the process. And then once it's publicly filed, we have to come in and try to see what we can do after a settlement's already been reached. More and more, we are being invited to those conversations, which I think is good and helpful for consumers, because we can come in and advocate for consumers before a settlement is reached between the PUCO staff and the competitive energy supplier. So that's significant. So I do see a little bit more of an openness and willingness to work with other stakeholders. It's not perfect yet, but there's progress being made. So I would just say I just think it's a greater awareness that it can't be the same practice as usual. So.
Randy?
For PUCO, like directly on the House Bill 6 cases that just went to hearing, one of them was basically a situation where First Energy got a rider and had no parameters around how they spent it. Like PUCO didn't tell them what to do. So it's like, here's a bag of cash, have a good time. So I want to see something come out of that figures out and bans PUCO from doing that. There have to be parameters when you're giving, free license to a utility to spend our money, right? So I'd like to see that. I want to see more transparency in other cases about side deals. Those have been problematic for a long time. Now the secret ones that are completely illegal, like Sam Randazzo used to engage in when he was actually practicing before the commission.
And unethical.
Here's our ethics lesson for the day, right? Like, don't do that. I mean, if he was there were going to be ethics charges against him, obviously. if
There
he hadn't
were.
passed away. Yeah, there were.
He died. He died the day that a default judgment was going to be entered.
So, so those types of things, but there could be more transparency aside from like really illegal stuff. There could be more transparency. There should be more open communication. Like Angela was saying, the stipulations and settlement agreements that we have to fight back against, there should be better restrictions around that. That should not be, the standard of proof should not change just because there's a settlement package. So that needs to change too. And it could if the PUCO actually lets these cases lead wherever they go. That's what they've said, essentially. So that's what I'd like to see out of those kind of direct PUCO cases that are pending. As far as the other litigation that's going on around this, I want to see accountability, right? Slaps on the wrist are essentially what First Energy's gotten so far. I want to see us get our money back as ratepayers because it hasn't landed in our pockets yet. And I want to see the CEOs of First Energy held accountable for what they did because they are not separate from the company. And if you don't punish the people that made the choices, this is going to happen again. I'll just stop there then.
And one thing I would throw in is that it was encouraging to see convictions in the federal RICO case. The Sixth Circuit upheld those convictions this spring and summer. It's unclear to me whether there will be an appeal or well, somebody's made noises about a pardon. I'm not sure whether that's viable or just noise. But again, there have been some federal precedents that raise questions. So anyway, with that, Jordan, do you want to field questions and answers?
Sure. Yeah, do we have any questions? I think Saul's over here first.
If you guys were asked by a candidate for governor what their public, what they should call for and do when they're elected that might influence how the PUC operates, what would you tell them?
I would want to see complete transparency, make everything available automatically, don't make people jump through hoops and wait months and months to get information, and also make it clear that unless it's a rate, that there are refunds for anything else. And by the way, if you appeal a rate, stay that while it's on appeal.
Angela, anything from you?
Yes, another thing that OCC does as well, we are very active at the General Assembly. So we pursue a lot of different items over there to try to combat some of the issues. One of the things I would say reforms to the PUCO nominating council. This is something that we've proposed legislation for. We don't really get any traction with it. OCC advocates for having one of the commissioners be a bona fide consumer advocate or coming from a consumer advocate background. As it stands, those requirements are, that's not required.
And there's no environmentalists.
Yeah, it's same for environmentalists. In fact, if you look at the makeup of the PUCO commission, A lot of them come from, I used to work on the private side for utilities, so I've seen the light, though. But, so they usually come from private utility backgrounds, or they may not necessarily have particular experience with public utilities. But so nominating reform, definitely. The refunds is a definite issue. That has to change, because that's just so profoundly unfair. I mean, literally hundreds of millions of dollars in charges that have been found to be illegal, and consumers don't have access to them. So that's an issue. Let's see, what else do I have on my list? I'd like to see, how much time do you have? No. Sub-metering, I have problems with sub-metering. For people who don't know what that is, the PUCO has come out with a decision that allows, and it's basically, if you live in a multi-dwelling unit or like apartment complex, you have a sub-meter instead of your distribution utility provide the services to you. So, but basically those aren't regulated by the PUCO, so it causes all sorts of consumer issues. I would like to see those regulated more strongly. But
I just have one brief one, because we're talking PUCO, but I'd like to see campaign finance reform and transparency across the legislature. And I'd really, really like to see, some sort of understanding, from the legislative side about how this happened, why this happened, and how we can prevent it going forward, because they haven't touched it at all.
Yeah.
I saw one.
Where is the business community and their representatives? Because they're ratepayers here too. So like the Ohio Manufacturers Association, the Ohio Chamber of Commerce.
I didn't invite the panel, so.
The power dynamics, right? The thing about the power dynamics, those are the people who can move the ball.
Sure.
But are they sort of put off by the
No.
favorable rate?
I got to say, the Ohio Manufacturers Association has filed some brilliant briefs in these cases.
The one thing I would say is that they are in different rate classes than the rest of us, right? So sometimes we're in those hearings, and it's not that we totally disagree with them always, but it's like they're fighting for different things than folks like the Consumers Council and OEC when I was there. So it's just a very different thing. And again, we don't necessarily disagree. Some of these overarching PUCO and House Bill 6 issues, we are all on the same page.
I mean, the Ohio Manufacturers Association takes a general position. They do not like subsidies. And so there are actually some briefs in some of the cases where they have paired with OCC. There are some briefs where they come in and they are basically taking a similar position but outlining legal arguments differently. Some of their stuff is just spot on with what you're hearing up here. The Ohio Chamber of Commerce has had a shift over the years. Most of their campaign dollars, to the extent it can be tracked, still seems to be going towards Republican candidates. But if we're talking on the energy side of things, they really do seem serious about having an all-of-the-above approach. When I've talked to them and interviewed them for Canary Media, they've said, we need energy, we need renewable energy as well as other forms of energy. So, just because they're not up here, I wouldn't assume, that we just had an hour for this panel.
So,
I will say, and I echo what Randy and Kathy Ann say. Ohio Manufacturers Association, we are often work with them in alignment on certain issues, like, for example, the subsidies, OVEC subsidies. We've been aligned with them on issues, and House Bill 6 issues. We've been more or less aligned with them on a number of issues. When it comes down to rate cases, like Randy said, they are in a separate rate class. So a lot of times we are fighting about how much the different rate classes should pay, right? How big of at the end of the day, the utility wants, a certain revenue requirement, right? Then it boils down to, okay, which class is going to pay what percentage of that? So those where we kind of get into the wrangling
with the manufacturers and the commercial and industrial consumers. So, yeah, but there are definitely overlaps and alignments of positions for all consumers.
Chris has a question.
Chris?
Yeah, this has been great. And my question focuses on like a little bit weird, and I don't want you all to like speculate or anything, but I'm trying to think about how to word this. So, HB6 and the 2020 like reveal of the FBI, investigation and the indictments and all that. That to some extent happened because some of the individuals involved were so brazen and thought they could get away with it that they were just like talking pretty openly about some stuff, and that made it really easy for the FBI to get them. And so my question is like, for the people that are doing this sort of similar thing more sophisticatedly, how do we catch them?
I have thoughts on this. So one of the other things you had in 2020 was a Department of Justice that took corruption issues seriously. And so one of the things I would want to see for purposes of going after things now would be perhaps a Department of Justice that does not decide to ignore a case about a bag with $50,000 in it. As a hypothetical.
Alleged.
The other thing that comes out as you think of how to go about it now is, as we are talking up here about things we have learned and how are we going to use this because we're all going to be practicing going forward, we also had, let's say hypothetically, a large budget bill that got passed in a Midwestern state that hypothetically had provisions thrown in that said, by the way, you can't find out about internal communications with lawmakers until 2027 after this legislative session is done. And so the other thing I would do is I would go in and I would have a bill there to get rid of that so that we could get more transparency. I welcome any other thoughts on hypotheticals or actual cases.
That's Ohio. I'll just be blunt, just in case anyone didn't know.
Yeah, and I mean, there was also a court case, right, that said that we couldn't get access to private emails used by public officials, even if, we suspected there was nefarious play in their personal emails. And then we had this pass. And so, I don't know about you, but I really wonder what they've done this past legislative cycle to make them put that in a budget bill. That makes no sense.
And the personal emails, a lot of those were the House Bill 6 documents.
Yeah, so.
And I'm pretty sure that bill goes into effect like this coming week.
The 30th, I believe.
Yeah.
I agree with, I don't have anything else to add. I mean, I think if you start digging into the House Bill 6 scandal, I mean, there's documentaries about it, there's podcasts, things like that. If you dive into that, I think you'll find that it was like a freak accident that they stumbled upon House Bill 6 scandal. So it all comes back to transparency. I'm not sure exactly how you solve that problem, except, trying to do some of the things we've discussed here. So,
and I'll just one other thing to add. Like, I really agree with Kathy. Like, Dave DeVillers that was working on this case. He's an unbelievable attorney, and he cares very much about catching people that are, playing in corruption. And so, if you're looking at your career and you're interested in environmental stuff, great. But if you're looking for how to make a difference and an impact, maybe go into, RICO cases and join the federal government. Because we're only as good as the lawyers we have, and those lawyers are only good as the laws on the books. So that would be my recommendation. So.
I think that's a perfect way to close this. If this is an issue you are more interested in, like we said before, the OCC graciously provided like an outline of all the cases and a lot of ongoing litigation around that. So that should be in your folders that you have. And thank you guys so much for being here. So round of applause for that. I'll pass it off to Chris to close us out. Which one? It's the Reynolds representative. I have it. I can give it to you.
All right. Well, that brings us to the end of the law conference. Really glad for all of you who have been here with some all the day, just portions. It's been really great to have you. A few final logistics reminders. The main one being for attorneys, if you have been here the whole day, you've been doing your CLE credit, you've been filling out your survey, please make sure, turn that green paper into our registration desk outside so that we can make sure we get your CLE credit. Make sure your attorney ID number is on there, your email's on there. I'll be sending you all a follow-up confirming that we've put your credit in appropriately. If you didn't come to all sessions, that's okay. Just cross out the ones you didn't attend. We'll award partial credit for the day. Otherwise, well, I guess Angela and Randy and Kathy, thank you for a final great session. This was a great way to close the law conference. So maybe just a final round of applause for them. So for those of you who are sticking around for the movie screening tonight at the Union, just hold on to your lanyard. That'll be your ticket in that you've already registered and you're good to go, and you'll be at the theater. That is over at the Ohio Union. The social hour for that does not start until 5, so you can explore campus a little bit, go find an early dinner, whatever, but the social hour will have some snacks and some drinks. No alcoholic drinks, by the way, because of some rules with the university, but supposedly there's some really good mocktails that are really excellent. So it'll be great. Rob Bilott is the now world famous attorney who's worked on PFAS, who's going to be doing a Q&A after the documentary. He's in the documentary. It's going to be really great, and it'll close out for some of us a 15-hour day. So I hope you all join us. Last thing, for those of you who have attended, and I think I said this earlier, if you are here and you're like, there's this topic that I really would have loved to have heard about, please let us know. And the words keep showing up over the QR code because of some weird formatting with PowerPoint that happened, but we will be sending out a link to everyone who attended. We're already interested in taking submissions on topics for next year's law conference that the students at the various law schools will be able to review and take a look at. We'd love to have a lot of attendee-driven content to really make sure that this conference is bringing people's thoughts together, expertise that we don't know is in this room right now. We'll send out that information so that you can submit something if you have an idea. Right now, it doesn't have to be a fully baked idea. Maybe you're just like, hey, I'm an expert on this and I would want to talk about this. And then we can help you find, other folks who have similar expertise. Otherwise, thank you. And I hope you enjoyed today, and we will hopefully see you next year. When this logs out, it deletes all the files that have been added to it?